Okay, good morning, members. You'll find it's unusual that I'm actually starting this conversation, but the first item on the agenda is the election of chair. Just to mention to the committee that I've had 7 nominations and seconders basically for the election of the chair. So therefore, can I have a quick show of hands? Is everybody in favour for the chair being re-elected? Those online, can you please show? That's unanimous, I think, Chair. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Chair, we're unable to hear you at home.
Right. So other go. Right, okay. I will repeat. Thank you very much, colleagues, for the confidence that you've shown in me. And I had a technical glitch there when I forgot to switch myself on to speak. Thanks very much for having the confidence in me to continue as Chair of Governance and Audit Committee for Powys County Council. We'll move on to agenda item number 2, which is election of the Vice Chair. And Wynne, if you could just remind me of the nominations that we've had for the election of Vice Chair.
Again, Chair, we've had 7 nominations, seconders for continuation of John Broughtingham as the Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Could we have a show of hands, please, to nominate John or confirm John? Thank you very much. I'll move on to apologies. A couple of members, Councillor Gareth and Councillor Chris, need to leave early, but we're very grateful that they're in attendance at the moment. Nigel Bryn also sends his apologies, and colleagues are online today for very good reason. Councillor David, Councillor Ange, Chris and Graham are online, but it's really nice to be in the chamber with other members of the committee. Are there any other apologies that I haven't got, Wynne?
None, Chair.
None. Any disclosures of interest in connection with this particular agenda, colleagues? No. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 5, the minutes and actions of the last meeting, which was held on the 5th of May. Are there any comments on or questions on the agenda as it stands? The only item that particularly piqued my interest that I thought might generate further discussion was the record of item 9, our discussion of the strategic risk register. But if everyone is content, I would prefer to take that. No, I would prefer to take that under item 9 of this agenda, because it feels that it fits with that. Any comments that I had on the minute. So if colleagues are content, we will. Can I sign the minute? Are colleagues content to agree the minute? Can we have a show of hands? Nominations. Thank you very much. Moving on, therefore, action log. Anything on the action log that colleagues wish to raise? Or when if you
shall I share that, Chair?
Mm-hmm.
Bear with me just 2 seconds. Should now be showing on screen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, if we could just run through it, if there's anything.
There's nothing at the moment that I have any issues with, to be honest with you.
Right, okay. I mean, it's good to have it. If could we include it in the pack going forward? Oh no, did we agree that we would keep it
if I keep putting the link out,
Yeah.
the reason for doing it this way around is this gives you the interactive version
Right,
too.
okay.
It's live at all points, so
Right,
you can
okay.
look at it anytime.
Right, okay, no, that makes sense. Right, no, that seems to be pretty comprehensive. Okay, thanks very much for sharing that. So the minutes are agreed and we've reviewed the action log. We'll move on to Audit Wales items, and we only have one item from Audit Wales colleagues today. And that is the Audit Wales review of Powys Planning Services. So I'm going to ask Bethan and Non to introduce their report. They won't be taking questions on the report because it is a final report. But Bethan and Non will introduce the report and their findings, and then I'll ask Gwilym Davis from the service to talk to the committee about the action plan and the response of the service to the report. So if I could hand over Bethan to you, please, first.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's I think Non's going to go first and introduce, if that's okay, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Bore da bawb. Thank you everybody that was involved in this review. Also just to reissue with the council, this is part of our audit plan for the 21-22 year. And we spoke to a number of people, officers and members as part of it. So thank you very much to all of those that gave of your time to contribute to it. I think first and foremost, before I hand over to Bethan to quickly run you through it, just to reassure you also that we're coming from a position of improvement on this to help the council move forward, to tackle the root causes going forward. We understand that as we have in many other councils too over the years, that it might be a difficult report with some difficult messages, and difficult messages are as hard for us to report as they may be for you to hear. But we're here to report what we find without fear or favour, and we don't take any pleasure in reporting such messages, but we look forward to seeing how the council takes things forward and progresses things over the next 12 months, and we'll come back in 12 months time to see how you've progressed things going forward. So on that note, I'll hand to Bethan just to take you through the key points of that, and then hand over to Gwilym after that. Diolch.
Thank you, Non, and thank you, Chair, for having us here today. So I'm probably repeating a little bit of what Non said here, but first of all, I would like to say thank you very much to the officers and members who've engaged in this piece of work. It was a substantial piece of work. You will note that it was done in 2 phases, and we felt we needed to do this to get to some of the root causes of some of the sort of long-standing symptoms which you were seeing in the service. Now, it's very clear to us that there's an enormous level of skill and experience within the planning team, and they work extremely hard in a very busy environment, and that's absolutely recognised. Just to say as well that Powys is not sort of unique in its difficulties within planning. We recognise that the pandemic has had a difficult impact on all services in Wales. We've undertaken quite a few planning reviews now, and we recognise the demands on the planning service nationally and the sort of complexities that sit within the service, along with being a very public-facing service, which also adds its own challenges. So back to the report itself, you will see that overall we found that we have concerns about the fundamental strategic, operational and cultural weaknesses of the council's planning service, and these weaknesses hinder its ability to consistently and sustainably support staff and members to deliver an effective service, which is then helping the council achieve its corporate objectives. So following on from this, for us, what we noted is that it raises concerns about the council's sort of control and oversight of the effectiveness of the planning service. Now, coming out of this report, there was only actually one recommendation which was noted in the review, which was that the council needed to assure itself that the fundamental foundations were in place to enable it to sustainably deliver an effective service. You'll notice that the list underneath it, which is listed A to I, is intended to sort of help guide you in some areas, but they're by no means exhaustive. It really is up to the service and the council to identify and to recognise any areas that they want to take forward and they feel could be developed. So we just want to make the point, or I would just want to make the point here, that it is not a sort of tick list that we feel that you absolutely have to achieve and that's it. And, you know, we wanted you to really have ownership. It was just a sort of guide really around some of the areas which we feel could help drive improvement. So as you've already said, Chair, I don't propose to go through the report in detail today or take questions on it, because I'll assume that everybody has already read it and the report's already been checked for factual issues. So the purpose of today really is for you to look at the action plan which has been developed and reflect on how assured you are by it and how that takes you forward. So we can see that Council has responded by establishing a plan and service improvement board. I'm sure the committee will be interested in its progress, like you would be in any improvement board effectiveness which has been in place. But as part of the follow-up process, non-mentioned, we'll come back within 12 months just to see what improvement has been made. But if I can, Chair, I'll hand over now to you, the relevant officer, who I believe is Gwilym Davies here today, to take you through how sort of officers and members are addressing any of the issues that are raised in the report.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Very much, Bethan. I'll hand over to Gwilym just in a moment, but I think before we start our discussion of this, I think I would like to echo Non and Bethan's sentiment in recognising that this is an extremely challenging report to read, and there may be aspects of our discussion and our questions which are therefore challenging. But I think I would remind ourselves, remind the committee, those in the chamber and those online, that in line with our values, that our business will be conducted respectfully to officers and to each other, as we're all professionals trying to do the best for Powys County Council and the people of Powys, notwithstanding respect and courtesy. You know, there may be elements of our discussion that are challenging because of the nature of the report, and that may be the case for other items as we go forward. And I'll have more to say about that as we move through the agenda. But I'll hand over to Gwilym.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Bethan, as well. We accept Audit Wales's findings, which reinforce some of the observations secured by an officer working group that I set up during COVID to look at determination timeframes, backlogs and staff retention. We'll ensure that the recommendations are addressed in a timely manner, at the same time as ensuring that areas which we are performing to the highest Welsh Government performance category are not adversely affected. The action plan to address all the recommendations of the audit report is contained within the agenda pack, and I welcome comments and questions the committee may have. With the help of teams across the council, and I have to thank those teams, the planning service has developed implementation plans for each listed action, which are being reported to the Planning Services Improvement Board for appropriate challenge and monitoring of progress. The action plan is a working document, and additional actions are currently being developed, including the development of a new ICT system for planning and public protection, a review of customer feedback arrangements, the introduction of planning guides and frequently asked questions guides for residents and businesses, exit interviews to be undertaken by human resources, and finally the indication of what does success look like, which is essential to ensure that the actions address the issues identified. I must note that the timescale for the agent's protocol action has had to be extended to allow consultation to take place with agents later today. This is, however, considered necessary to ensure that a robust and fair protocol is produced. The planning service is seeing positive outcomes. The planning application caseload has dropped from in excess of 900 to close to 500 applications, and the number of enforcement cases has dropped from around 750 to 550. And this is helping to make workloads more sustainable. The planning team's return to the office has had a significant impact. I can't emphasize that enough. The impact that return and officers being physically present within the offices has had. The positives include a learning environment, learning from osmosis, being around people, viewing people, how they interact with agents, with objectives, counsellors. It is vital that you are present, and around people to secure that. I'm not stating you can't do it from home, but especially with a new a planning service which is in transitional and lots of new staff members, it is really important there. In addition to the learning environment, morale has improved. There's a sense of team. You're around people, you get to know people, what they're like in work, outside of work, and that really helps build the morale. Communication has improved dramatically. Not stating you cannot communicate effectively over Teams, but being around people in the offices does help communications, not only within a service area, but with other services in the building as well. When you're walking through the corridor, you see someone from highways. How am I getting on with that application? Those are the kind of examples that we can use. It's also created a more welcoming and supportive environment for new members of staff. I go back to when I first started with Powis. I was in the office with members of staff during the COVID pandemic when we had a number of new members of staff. I had to think about their experience of meeting colleagues over Teams rather than in person. It's also enabled differences of opinions to be more openly discussed. And that is leading to less issues between team members, but also promoting consistency as people overhear conversations, involve themselves in conversations, and there becomes a team consistent approach rather than maybe one or two people having conversations over Teams and then having to tell the team in a variety of different ways. The predominantly face-to-face development management weekly meetings is also assisting the development management team manage their workload and communicate workload, and also discuss the issues that they may have, officers may have on a weekly basis. Whether that's an issue with an agent experiencing or policy interpretation, those face-to-face meetings have actually had a very positive impact. The training program for agents as well as planners is now halfway at this halfway stage, and it's been beneficial for all. These sessions are being recorded, so they'll continue to be a useful resource for when new planners join the service for years to come. And it is also useful to ensure that agents have information available to them to ensure that the quality of applications improve. The training is essential for that. They're getting access to key consultees so that the level of applications will improve, and that will hopefully have a positive impact on determination timeframes, which as a council we must improve. The production of additional guidance notes produced by the principal planning officers has assisted in ensuring consistency, and it's also helping the training of new members of staff. When they come in, they get to see the protocols up front, and they're discussed again. Although you can get them within a team site in SharePoint, they're discussed at team meetings so that people can ask questions, which is again essential when you're going through these guidance notes. The recruitment of planning enforcement officers has demonstrated the intent. I'm glad that it's been advertised in a number of publications that we are going to get planning enforcement officers back, which is the first time. I can't remember the last time we had an enforcement officer actually in place. Is probably getting on towards 10 years ago, when that was there. So I think that's really important, and we will develop their specialist skills so that they have got specialisms to drive forward the enforcement agenda, and they will be supported by the planning team in general, which will maintain an enforcement element. The planning services is now being actively supported by workforce and organisational design and HR colleagues. They were there before, but they've really assisted us now in developing a programme to develop the culture of the team and ensure that there's appropriate communications, and they will also help us monitor the team as well, and how progress is being achieved. Are there any issues there? So I'd therefore like to thank Audit Wales for the work and assure committee that this is a priority. We are committed to ensuring that issues identified are addressed at the same time as ensuring that that we maintain the performance in the areas which we are already performing at a high level. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Willem, and thanks for your response and for being so candid about your response and the work that's going on. I'll open up the floor for questions from colleagues online and colleagues in the room. If colleagues in the room can just put their hands up, and colleagues, so I've got online, I've got Councillor Gareth, and in the room I've got Councillor Pete and Gareth Hall. That right so far? So can we go to Councillor Gareth first, and then Councillor Pete, and then Gareth?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Audit Wales, for the presentation, and also thank you to officers for Gwilym for your very truthful and honest, passionate. We can see you truly care about the service, which was really nice to see. I think for me, obviously, looking and reflecting around Wales and pandemic and other issues and services coming forward, this service has been hitting many authority from that, and obviously we are now in a position of needing to move forward and develop very quickly with our there. Obviously there's external factors, internal factors, but also talking about the internal factors, the controllables that we have. Is there any more that you would like from the council as members from the political side to support, or is there any direction needed? And obviously around the operational side for yourself, are you feel that you've got capacity to be able to deliver this and in a timely manner? And is there any issues or concerns around other services that may not allow you to get to that point? So HR and other services, are you comfortable that they are capable of supporting you through this process?
Well, and before you come in on that, I'm just going to piggyback a question that I had on the back of Councillor Gareth's question, because I had a similar question about corporate awareness of the scale of the challenge and broad corporate support from EMT and from the sort of lead officers and the council's oversight and support of this improvement programme, which I think links to Councillor Gareth's point.
Thank you, Councillor Radcliffe. From a councillor perspective, in order to reduce timeframes, especially for planning applications, we'll have to take a harder approach on applications that are submitted without appropriate information. And that is something where councillors will be challenged by applicants and by agents about that approach taken by the planning service. So that approach, the hardening approach, will take place after we complete the training at the end of this calendar year, where we will take a bit more of a harder lined approach, but there will be always flexibility within there. We'll be adopting a protocol with agents now. We're meeting them to explain that approach and the fact that we will be not accepting amendment after amendment after amendment, which we currently do. But councillors, as I said, will be approached there, and therefore I think an understanding of that situation, it will be important for councillors to understand what we are trying to achieve, and in the end, what we're trying to do is secure positive outcomes, but in a timely manner. And at the moment, what we're doing is achieving positive outcomes, getting applications through within time, but the timely manner, the timeliness, it needs to improve. With regards to the executive management team, they are very supportive of the service area, and we are getting resources allocated to us, and again in a timely manner. And that's not only I've mentioned workforce and operational development, but other service areas as well, from anywhere from finance, helping with environments for new restructures, to the Highway Authority looking to work with us in order to make sure that consultee timeframes are reduced in order to assist us. So I think we have got that support, but I'll also be fighting our corner if I believe that we need more resource in order to do something. And I feel like I can do that with the improvement board, because not only are they going to be challenging to me, but I need to be challenging to them about resources required and managing expectations as well. I have to say within the service area, workloads are high. It is going to take time to embed new culture. I think, as I'm going to keep on harping on about this, I think being back in the office has really assisted in driving through that. It's like rocket fuel for this whole performance improvement. But you know, again, we'll need to closely monitor that and look at the reasons there, and some of it in relation to the workforce, which comes to HR. The exit interviews that they're doing now is giving us good information about the issues that we need to address. So I hope that addresses some of the most of the issues there. Thank you.
Councillor Gareth, does that answer your question?
Yeah, and just one supplementary thank you is that, are you confident going forward that, you alluded to this, so I think I know the answer is, you know, yes, we've got the audit report here, but it actually goes beyond the audit report and it's 2 years, 3 years down. Do you feel that we'd be getting the design within the service to make it future proof for the long term, not just to support getting audit wells off our back? Sorry, it's a bit of a blunt question, but I think sometimes you've got to ask it in public just to understand it.
Yes, I do think the measures will ensure that the planning service is sustainable going forward. I think the biggest impact on the actual planning staff, potentially, other than, you know, return for the officers, is going to be looking to introduce a development management team leader, someone who's going to be the figurehead for the development management team, because plan applications enforcement, that's a huge job. I have to say, it's got huge amount of interaction with a variety of different people. You need that figurehead. And what we found is, when we went for the restructure for the senior management team, I removed the head of development management post and merged the head of development management with the head of policy, creating one post. And that has been identified as a single point of failure. So therefore, what I'm trying to do now is have a professional lead for planning who oversees everything, but having that team leader for development management will assist in removing some of the responsibilities for the professional lead and resilience on that. And it will help with also numbers of, that professional lead is line managing. Because when you're line managing a large number of people in that kind of role, it does become unsustainable. So that's something I'm driving through now.
Thank you very much, Gwilym. Before I bring in other colleagues, I'm noting that Councillor William wants to come in. I'm also welcoming Councillor Jake Benjamin into the room online. The the lead for this area of business. And before I go to Councillor Pete, I know Jane wants to come in support of Gwilym's answer to Councillor Gareth. Jane.
Thank you, Chair. It's just in relation to the support corporately. Gwilym's reflected on the support that he's getting from the corporate management team through the Service Improvement Board. Several members of EMT sit on that, and that's one, it's a challenge in terms of the service, but also to support the service to make sure that we can address the issues. I think as a management team as well, we've reflected on what we've seen through this report. We've reflected on the processes that we have in place around performance and ensuring that services across the whole council are operating effectively and that our processes allow for that. So I think, you know, whenever you see a report like this, there's learning for the whole organisation as part of that. And I think that's an important piece of what we've taken forward at a corporate level as well. So I just want to give everybody that assurance.
Right, thanks very much, Jane. Now I'm just going to remind myself of the list. I'm going to bring Councillor Pete in next, then Gareth, then Councillor Chris, then Councillor William, then Councillor Chris, and also if Councillor Jake wants to say anything, the opportunity is there. So Councillor Pete.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, also just iterate thanks to Audit Wales for the report, and also a big thank you to Gwilym for such a comprehensive action plan to address the issues. And I'm pleased to hear of the progress so far, especially on the staffing front. It did just raise a couple of quick questions for me on that, though, was do we check to make sure that our pay is competitive enough to attract the best people? And do we have any statistics as to why people leave us and where they go? In terms of the Audit Wales report, I see that they are critical of the timeframes when it comes to deciding major applications and planning enforcements. I acknowledge that the planning department, as Gwilym's already said, has started to address many of the points raised in the report, and I'm happy to see the creation of 2 planning enforcement posts. I believe, for me, that as a planning authority, Powys needs to secure positive outcomes for Powys residents and businesses. For me, a good planning department is one that works with applicants where appropriate to resolve issues in order to secure these positive economic and social outcomes, rather than concentrating on quickly determining applications by issuing refusals that could see major employment in the area lost to another part of the UK just to appease timeframes. As I understand it from presentations given to councillors historically, that to promote economic development, Powys County Council extended timeframes for applications to be determined where it's possible to secure positive outcomes. Consequently, with this in mind, can you tell me what percentage of major applications are normally determined within the timescales agreed by Powys applicants? Can you tell me how this compares with Welsh Government performance targets for major applications? And can you also tell me what percentage of all applications are determined within timeframes agreed by Powys applicants, and how this currently compares with other Welsh authorities? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the questions. In relation, do we check to see if pay is competitive? We do undertake checks, and HR has helped us with that element. What we do struggle with is we're not competitive with we're competitive with our local authorities, but other organisations we're not. And for example, the planning inspectorate was able to offer two of the principal plan officers that we trained up as a council £10,000 more to join them. Now I've got mixed feelings on that, because it's great to show that the quality of plan officers that Powys can develop, are going to be the cream crop, because often the best go into the planning inspectorate. But it is concerning as well that they're able to pay that much more, and can we retain staff that we train up? The other side of things is we've lost then others to the private sector, and they're highlighting that the pay is that competitive that they are going to go. And often it's not just the pay, it's the perks as well. One example was in order to go on site, the company that I work for will deliver a rental car to their house to go out on site. We just can't compete with things like that. Sorry, I just wanted to mention that one because I've never ever had that as a reason before. The other things that we do interviews, as so we're asking HR now to take interviews, and hopefully that people can be a bit more maybe open with them than they are maybe to a line manager or something like that. The reasons given in the past was, especially by people recruited during COVID, is we want to be closer to home. We've recruited people in Cardiff who've got jobs in Vale Glamorgan. People in the Ashgun area which have got jobs in East Talbot. So, you know, closer to home does have an impact. And I can understand when they have to come up, you know, the size of powers to do site visits, it will take you away. So that's one reason. Pay is always highlighted. It is what it is. I think that's more of a council issue that we have to look at, how competitive we are. Workload has been raised, high workload. That was a concern for someone who went away. And then there's other opportunities. If we don't go now, we'll always be with local authority. And I want to see what the private sector is like. And that's normally someone who's in the first 5-10 years of their career. That's normally that kind of excuse, not excuse, reason. Sorry. But positive outcomes. You know, I'm a strong believer in getting positive outcomes. We need to get approvals through in order to promote the economy. Now, in relation to, I think, major applications within time. So major applications where you've got the agreement of the applicant to say, okay, I'll extend the application time frame for 6 months in order to label me as in the applicant to address phosphates or something like that. So last calendar year, the target, Welsh Government target was for 60% of major applications to be determined within timeframes required, and we achieved 80.8%. So we're in what's the highest category of performance for the Welsh Government, 20.8% over actually what the threshold there is. In relation to percentage of all applications determined within timeframes required, last performance year with 91.14%. The Welsh Government target for that, which is efficiency target, is 80% in order to be defined as the highest category. So again, we're over 10% above what the Welsh Government's targets did. Now, in relation to comparisons with other authorities in Wales, I think the Audit Wales was unfortunately just restricted because the Welsh Government wasn't publishing that information, but they have started now, which is beneficial because benchmarking is key for us to ensure that, you know, we can drive performance through. So the last quarter that the Welsh Government has published, that's Q3 of 22-23, so it is still a bit of time back. The Paris was 93% within time, and we were 8th best in power in Wales, so 8th out of 25 authorities, and the performance within authorities ranged from 100% in Merthyr, slightly different authority, you know, from an application perspective, more householders, smaller ones. Not saying they don't deal with bigger ones, but you know, and they deal with 80 applications a quarter, that kind of range, to 35% in Snowdonia. So you can see there's quite a range of performance there. So 93%, I really am happy that is a very healthy position, meaning that we are securing good outcomes for Paris residents and businesses.
Councillor Pete, does that answer your questions?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Chair. I just, if I may, I just wanted to add one quick comment. I guess I was trying to get some context for me in terms of the report, because the report sort of focused on the average time that was being taken to determine planning applications, rather than the number of applications determined within timescales. So whilst I acknowledge, and I think we all do, that there is work to be done, it's just interesting to get that extra context on it. So yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Gwilym. Yep.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Pete. I'll go now to Gareth.
Thank you, Chair. If I could start off by echoing the comments from colleagues about Gwilym's honesty in his presentation and his responses. To pick up on a couple of aspects of that, you've highlighted what I think are a number of early wins, particularly about embedding the culture, having staff in the office, and the benefits of that is, I think, is plain for everyone to see. The training that you set up also takes two to tango, robustness with agents and applicants about the quality of the applications and trying to get things right first time. And I think the very important thing about your honesty about appointing the need to appoint a development management professional lead. In your opening remarks, there's one thing that you mentioned, which I think is very important. You said you've been asking yourself, what does success look like? And I'd like to see that documented as part of this action plan, is because action plans are very often full of activities, but not hard outputs. So if you could, for these sets of actions, define what success looks like. And I'd suggest you embrace Audit Wales and share your views on what that success looks like, because it would help you on the way to their revisiting this in 12 months' time. So hopefully there'll be no surprises. So, and the other thing is, it would show whether you're on a trajectory. I said about early wins, but to sustain that and keep it going, keeping the momentum up and getting full value out about the board, the improvement board as well. So if a couple more columns in this and make it a real action plan, and then you can see if you're going in the right direction on all fronts.
Thanks very much, Gareth. Gwilym, would you like to respond?
I welcome the comments and will take forward everything you stated there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, both. Councillor William.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to thank Gwilym very much also for his candour in addressing a difficult report and a challenging report, as you said from the chair. Also, particularly his clarity in expressing the importance in this process of the return to more office-based working. I think that lesson is something that we as a committee also need to mainstream in our work because of other patterns that are emerging from working group activities and other issues. And I also reflect that in other organisations and other authorities in which I'm active and where we're engaged in improvement work, that also needs to be taken seriously. I just wanted to ask a couple of brief questions, if I may. One around what one of the recommendations talks about the need to set up a more effective vehicle for ensuring probity, integrity, and so on in interactions between elected members, between officers and applicants. Is it Gwilym's view that one possible strand in this would be to establish a clearer mechanism for some sort of accreditation system of agents? Because it seems to me that we have excellent agents, architects, practitioners We also have people who are sort of acting up and overemphasizing the skills that they have and tend by their whole modus operandi to seek to exploit the system. And I think we need probably to be more alert and more robust in dealing with that issue. I think that's one point that years ago, back in 2015-16, when the current planning legislation was going through, there was an attempt to introduce that at a Welsh level, a system of accreditation. I don't think that was successful, or the amendments around that were successful, and it was included at that time. But it seems to me an area of importance. And another point, perhaps going back a little while, because this hasn't arisen overnight. I think the report makes that clear. We benefit now from a strong level of political engagement from cabinet down, from leader and portfolio holder who are really committed to this matter. To what extent has something of a revolving door of political responsibility particularly in the previous period contributed to this, and what importance would you accord to stability and commitment at the political level in supporting this process?
Go on, could you respond to Councillor Williams, please?
Thank you. In relation to the interaction with agents, especially, just to give a bit of context, during COVID, I do think that the communications, there was a breakdown there between officers and agents. It didn't help with the high input or put through of planners. You know, when you change planners, you have to introduce them to agents and those relationships and develop those relationships, and that takes time. So what happened, in my opinion, this is my opinion, we had agents contacting professional leads, contacting me and asking what's happening with these things, rather than going to the case officers first. And it's vitally important that the first point of contact with the planning department in relation to a plan application is the case officer. They are responsible for managing the application. If there's any issues, then you go to the principal plan officer, the next kind of, right, again, hopefully most of the issues can be addressed there. Then if you've got any other issues, then you've got the overall senior manager for planning, which is the professional lead there to answer those detailed questions. After that, they've got a number of options: appeal if they're unhappy. They can go to corporate complaints. Yeah. But we have to make sure that that protocol is in place. And when I said about during COVID, we lost 2 principal plan officers who were very, very established, very used to run the show and those processes did break down. I have to say, I got involved in the plan application too much. I don't want to be dealing with the day-to-day stuff. I have to say, as head of service, I have to be allocate my time accordingly to other service areas as well. So we're meeting with agents today to discuss that protocol, to reinforce it again to them and get their feedback. What works for them? And we're going to adopt that and publish it onto the website to make sure everyone knows about how you deal with the planning service, what the expectations, and that will help again reinforce with the frequently asked questions, the planning guides, and all the information out there to what they expect from the planning service. Regarding the accreditation, I'll have to say I haven't really looked at accreditation in detail, but I am aware that they have got different accreditation schemes throughout throughout Wales. I'll have to go and ask the service area to look at best practice there, whether it is suitable, seek advice about whether we can implement it in Paris. But that's something we will explore if it can mean that improvements to the service area. Regarding the political situation, one thing I'd have to say is throughout the whole process, cabinet Corporate Elder members have all been very outcome based. They want outcomes, positive outcomes.
Sure.
They, I have to say, during the COVID environment, there's lots of other things going on as well, and it didn't help with potentially oversight of some of these things, because in certain circumstances you weren't reporting because that was not seen as being priority. There we had a number of the professional leads and as well as the principal plan officers undertaking jobs such as develop a mortuary rather than actually go and do mandatory. So there's lots of different circumstances, but one of the things that has been very positive is outcome-based planning, but we need to improve the timeframes. And Councillor Berryman, I know he's here now. He again wants positive outcomes, but for us to be very, very transparent about how we do that. And we need to be working with a variety of different partners to drive the improvements and ensure that the timeframes for plan applications as well as enforcement, because often enforcement is forgotten, you know, as people are driven down. Sorry for speaking on behalf of the council, Berryman. You'll come in and tell me off if very well.
Thanks very much, Bill, and thanks very much, Councillor William. Councillor William, does that adequately deal with
That's a
your
very
points?
helpful response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chris, can I bring you in, please?
Thank you, Chair. Can I also echo the sentiments of other members in relation to one, certainly with the audit team for being given a frank and honest report of what they saw. I think it was quite unpalatable to read some of it, but I think that's the reality that they see. So they have an obligation to do that so we can improve on it. And during the conversation, I can certainly see there's lots of lessons learned, and Gwilym has started to address those on there. And again, I think his candour and his frankness in some of this is refreshing and welcome. And I think it also fits in with the tone of the new organisation, and you know, the commitment to an outcome-based measure. And I think some of that is really important. I just want to go back a little bit, if I may, because what I'd like to just understand, obviously I know that this audit was done in 21-22, but prior to that, was performance better? Were the timelines being hit? So was this just really a consequence of COVID? Is one issue. Did we still have recruitment and retention issues prior to that? And maybe a question for the audit team. When you do your audits at the time, so during 2021-22, do you flag up concerns as you're going through that process, or do you wait until the end of that process before you give that feedback? Because I would always think it would be, if you're picking up that there is a problem, that needs to be flagged up early on so the organisation can address it, rather than picking it up at the end of a period of time, because things could have deteriorated further. Another question is this just purely COVID related, and the isolation of people being on Teams rather than face to face? I think there's a lot in that. And then I don't sit on planning, so I don't know what some of the time scales that you had in place. Was that just purely because of workforce issues and numbers? What are our current vacancies in relation to the workforce? Do we still have sickness, and is that actively managed? I'm sure it is. And then I welcome the action plan. I think the action plan is good. I think it needs to have some ownership of who's done it. I think you've made us aware that you've contributed to that, Gwilym. But I think it needs a name on it. I know it's part of a team, but I think there needs to be an ownership to it. And my other question, just bear with me, is has this been accepted by the portfolio holder, and has the cabinet accepted this action plan? And I also note that within the action plan, a lot of the sections around resources say within existing resources, and I want to know whether you feel that those are adequate or not. And likewise, as what Gareth had indicated in his comments, I think that you do need to be specifying what outcomes you want to achieve, because that would then tie into resources. So under a stronger, fairer, greener planning process that we're going to be putting in place, what does that then look like in a relation to outcome measures and those timelines and the resources that are required in order to deliver that? And that's what we'll then hold you accountable to. And you then should have those resources to be able to make that happen. Otherwise, we've got to go back and revisit that on the. I'll stop at that point, Chair. I think I've asked a number of questions there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chris. So a good set of questions. So to answer those questions, I'm going to bring in Gwilym. I'll also bring in Bethan on your Audit Wales point, and Councillor Jake. I'm also going to give you the opportunity to come in if that's okay. So I'll go to Gwilym, then Beth, and then Councillor Jake.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to, is this a COVID thing? I have to say it's not a COVID. COVID has definitely contributed to it and our recovery. It has had a big impact. As I said, we had 10 officers at a variety of different times. So I have to say not all once doing COVID activity. So that has impacted upon it. But although we've had good within time calculations, which is one of the efficiency measures, the time taken to determine applications has always been towards the bottom of the Welsh panel. And we've all stated, well, we'll accept taking longer if the outcomes are there. But one thing we haven't done as properly is maybe communicate that and make sure that that is out and transparent, which I think we're going to do a lot better going forward. But we have to say, well, there have been some reasons for that. First of all, Powys County Council, especially back prior to the review, audit review, had more major applications than most other local authorities. I think only Cardiff beat us in over those kind of years. And when I say Cardiff beat us, is only by about one major application or two major applications. We've had considerably more than the norm. And it really does stick out, especially if you go and review some of the Welsh Government annual reviews and look at the statistics there, we do stand out. Now, major applications take a lot longer. So we're naturally going to have a longer time periods there. But the other issue that we've got is the complexity of those major applications. They're chicken sheds. I have to say, most of them are chicken sheds. And they are, I say, they're very difficult to process. There's very complex. We have to rely upon specialists. And even the specialists have to often send that information to their specialists to come back. So we have had issues there, but they are significant investments. So we have enabled some applicants time to resolve issues if we believe that they will or can resolve issues. But that has dragged time on there. Prior to that, we also had, and a number of you will remember, 5-year housing supply issues. So we had a significant number of, again, major applications, which had to go to planning committee. Again, you know, that was the case. But although I say about major applications, 5-year house supplies, I think as a culture, we needed to make sure our processes are tighter and make sure the applications are a lot better. So there were issues there that we should have addressed, even though there was those circumstances. But as a result of them, I did set up a working group, across service working group, to look at the timeframes for plan applications, timeframes for enforcement, the culture, and also staff retention. And I did add in about the Vision 2025 back then. How can we support that? How we can make sure that we are active in supporting Vision 2025? So we did do that review, and that's actually put us in quite a strong position now. Audit Wales come in because they've identified the same issues as that review has identified. So we've got some of the plans, such as, for example, the training, which was already being rolled out. And they've actually helped us enhance it by saying, all right, how is your recording? Can you really record these properly? So we were able to advance those things a lot better. So we were aware, we were putting in place things, but Audit Wales have really helped that process, you know, so I have to thank them for that. Workforce perspective, we've got within our workforce, we've got 25 people in the development management team. We've got 7 people in the policy team, and we've got a professional lead. Currently, we have 3 vacancies. 1 vacancy is for the development management team leader, which we're going out to, and you know, I'll be looking to go the full hog. We will need to advertise that as wide as possible to ensure that we get the best possible candidate possible there. We've got one of the enforcement officers that we've recruited has actually handed in their resignation, so we have to go out and recruit an enforcement officer. That's a big hit. You know, it'd be nice to have that stability, but understand their personal circumstances there, and they're being involved in the HR process, which as in, when I say HR process, in exit interview, not disciplinary. One thing in relation to sickness, touch wood, we've got very low sickness levels, and that's across the whole planning, property and public protection teams. So that's really good. And one thing we don't have either is a lot of grievances in the 4 Ps. So I know I've just tempted fate myself, and I acknowledge that, but that's where we are. Resources, I would love more resources. I always tell Jane I'd love more resources. But one thing about the poultry units, the numbers have decreased. And that's a significant reason why we're able to drop down the number of applications, because not more resources can be put into normal applications. And that's freed up officers because of the complexity to deal with normal applications. So that has helped us free up space to do enforcement and other applications. But as a adverse impact on that is we dropped income by about 400,000. The poultry units are the units which cost anything up towards £50,000 application. You know, so that has had an impact. And at the last budget, the cabinet supported in reducing that income target to reflect that. So although it's impacted on us on income wise, it has helped us workforce wise. So resources, we believe we can go and target, although I'm always welcome more resources, Jane and cabinet members and council.
Thanks very much, Gwilym. Bethan, can I bring you in to answer Chris's question about the nature of you flagging concerns?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Gwilym. I think it's helpful and explains some of the sort of complexities within the planning service, which all authorities face. And it does seem that we're aligned on the type and the level of challenges that you face as well. And, you know, it's encouraging to hear that. And this really is about sort of self-awareness and self-improvement, and how you can assure yourself, really, I suppose, that you've got sustainable services that as you go along, which is sort of efficient and effective. Regarding early engagement, yeah, absolutely. We try and do it as we go along. So during our interviews, what we'll try and do is triangulate some evidence that we've picked up as we've been going along. So we'll test some of our messages as we go through. Where possible, where we can, we do also arrange to have some feedback sessions, sort of as part of the review process as we go. It's not our intention to land a report at the end of quite a long process with lots of big surprises in it. And I think that the way we try and undertake this is that by the time actually the report has been published, it's kind of old news. So, you know, what you'll find often is that the action plan and a lot of the actions from the service have already started to be undertaken. They're being actioned before the report is published a lot of the time, and you know, this was the case here as well. So yeah, we do try and engage where we can, where appropriate, as we go along, and feedback those messages.
Thank you very much. I was going to bring in Councillor Jake if you had anything to add, and I noticed Councillor Pete, you want to come back in as well.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me the opportunity to talk. Sorry I missed the introduction, but the timing slot I was given in dropping out of the meeting I'm currently in seems to be slightly askew, but thanks for the opportunity. I would like to just endorse what Bethan was saying. As soon as Dr. Caroline Turner and myself were informed and had feedback from Bethan and the team, the improvement board was brought together, and immediately we started to put a team around this from across the organisation, councillors and officers, to try and drive the improvement that we could see was absolutely necessary. So yes, again, we welcomed the findings, saw opportunities for change, and put that improvement board to do that from the start. I'd just like to pick up, if I may, on I think what Gareth and others have said about where our ambition is and where we want to be. I've been very clear that actually this isn't all about the hard numbers. As you can see, Gwilym has been very honest here, but actually in areas we're not performing too badly, and we compare quite favourably with others. But what we weren't so good at was some of our housekeeping work, some of our internal dialogue, some of our external dialogue or communication. And actually, reputationally, that amounted to a fairly poor regard for the planning service in the outside world in Powys, some of which has aligned around enforcement and the seeming inability of Powys to keep up with things that go wrong. Agents sometimes get frustrated, and they may express their concerns in the broader sphere of things. So our reputation hasn't been great. Now, so I would say that actually my metric is to be one of the most highly regarded planning authorities in Wales. Yes, you can be quick, but we've already picked up on Councillor Peters right there. You can be quick, but no good. Your quality won't be there. So you need both within that. And when you're any delays, they need to be communicated. So it is dialogue at all times across within the teams, because we've had isolated excellence, and we need to make sure that we've got corporate excellence here. Jane is absolutely right, and Jane's been fantastic, as have other corporate officers coming in and providing support around this service. And in that respect, this service is no different for any other service that might at any point in time be struggling. And I've been really impressed by the way that response has been brought round to corporately improve planning. So really pleasing, some great points that have been raised here. But to me, it's about that qualitative assessment and the perception of others. Now, for us to be able to, in a year's time, go back and say, how are we measuring that? You see in the plan that we're starting to say we need to put those metrics in, measure what applicants think of us, measure what agents think of us, measure what community councils and town councils think of us, members think of us, and then revisit that later, because that's the most important part of this improvement journey as we improve comms in that sense. And Chair, I'll just stay in for a moment or two more, but I'm sorry, I'm in a corporate joint committee meeting. I do need to get off and talk about strategic plans.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jake, and thank you for the assurance and the leadership assurance that you're giving the the committee. Councillor Pete.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions around I think it's point 27 in the report on data integrity, where Audit Wales have said they have concerns as to the accuracy of performance data, data integrity and quality assurance arrangements, and whether planning is reporting accurate information to Welsh Government members and the public. It's not the first time Paris wide. I think we've seen that comment, because we've seen that comment in relation to data on other areas and other departments in reports that we've looked at. So I suppose I just wanted to ask Audit Wales if they could flesh out a little bit more for us in terms of what they mean concerns are there, whether Gwilym could then let us know what's being done to address those concerns. And I don't know whether it's a question for now or later, but if Bets is on the call, is whether Bets could actually say whether this is perceived to be a wider risk and what's being done to address that wider risk, because as I say, we are really reliant upon this data and information to make any decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pete. Bets does seem to be on the call, so hopefully she'll be able to come in. But I think on answering this, I'll go to Beth Ann first, and then Gwilym, and then if Bets is able to make any comment on Councillor Pete's wider point, she can come in third. So Beth Ann, please.
Thanks, Chair. This point was around when we finish a report, when we've put our first draft together, we send it over to bodies for factual clearance. So if there are any sort of factual errors in it, that they'd be picked up. And this is one that was picked up as part of the clearance process. So some of the statistics which were reported when double checked after the report was sent over in draft were not accurate. So that was around your data, I suppose, the planning services data then, which is submitted into Welsh Government around it. I can't really say much more about it than that. It's probably one for the service to pick up. It's just around internal processes and data checking.
Thanks very much, Beth. And Gwilym, have you got any answer, explanation for Councillor Pete and for the committee?
Yes, in relation to the data, when we did get the draft report, we could see that in relation to the table in page 30, which relates to enforcement average time taken to investigate enforcement cases. And what the service do is they've got ICT system, they run a program, and it pulls through the data for that specific thing, for that quarter, for the time periods that you highlight, and it comes out with the figures there. Now, when we're reading through the enforcement, the information there, it did say about erratic, and I just wanted the service here to look into those things. So why is it erratic? You know, is there one or two enforcement cases which are really horrible, which are skewing everything, or so they looked into the actual data, and they found that an officer was entering in the time taken to do positive enforcement action rather than time taken to investigate. And for those two quarters, I think quarter three, but I think quarter one was the main impact, it did add an adverse impact. So when we run it again, it dropped those figures. It still wasn't as good as quarter four or quarter three, but it made the figures a bit more stable. So we have to hold our hands up. We did enter in incorrect information into it, and the information pulled through was therefore reported incorrect when it was reported. What we have done, although the officer has now left the authority, we have undertaken training with all the remaining officers about what information to be inputted into the system. There's guidance notes for that enforcement information, And we've also included extra steps now so that rather than just relying upon the data and asking questions of the officers or asking see if there's any trends, we're actually looking into the actual specific data itself. We've also got business intelligence undertaking work now to pull through information, and they'll make sure that they'll check the robustness of that. And business intelligence and ICT will also be helping us with the new ICT system to ensure that all the processes and reports that we run for that new ICT system are robust. But it just comes back to that things of making sure that procedures are followed and that we've got the checks, and we need to improve in relation to that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pete. Does that address your point?
Yeah, just if I may, just a quick supplementary, Chair. So yeah, I think it puts some context around what the issue actually is. So thank you both for that. The other bit, if I may just ask Willem, was I hear what you say about if you like new procedures for inputting data and things like that. But again, as we all know, if a procedure is not followed or people decide not to do something, then we still get errors. So the question was, what are the checks around that data input after it's been input?
First of all, are we inputting the right information? We actually probably irritate the Welsh Government by asking them questions constantly about what the information should be included. So we make sure that we are on top of the game with Welsh Government to ensure that we are aware of what information needs to be submitted. The checks are having the planning technicians or lead planning technician undertaking a review of all the dates, and we will look at certain ones which are at the certain edges. So ones that take real quick, ones that are on the far side, and we'll undertake an individual review of those. It is also that information is then to be sent to myself before it's then forwarded on to Welsh Government for publication. This is something that I think as a planning services throughout Wales, we need to improve. The Welsh Government in one of their annual reports have highlighted these issues, but now that the data is or the indicators are more established, embedded, these things should not be happening. So I can only apologise to the committee for that.
Thank you very much, Will, and thanks, Councillor Pete, for the question, because quality assurance and data integrity, the quality assurance of data to support data integrity is really important. And as you say, we have encountered this elsewhere, I think in my memory, in the highways and transport area. So it is something we want assurance on more broadly. Beth, are you able to answer Councillor Pete's question about the risk in terms of the broader picture? Sure. I don't think she's there. Perhaps Councillor Pete could pick this up under Beth's item.
Yeah, that's right.
When she'll definitely be with us. Are there any further questions, John?
Thank you, Chair. Willem, thank you very much for what you've told us today. It's been very useful, and I'm sure we're on the right track. You have quite rightly, I think, stressed the impact, the beneficial impact of coming back into the office. Is that process now complete? And if not, are there any impediments that are stopping you completing that process?
I think what we found is it is towards the end of COVID. I've always been a believer in people mixing in office like you here in the States. I think it has benefits. I'm not against hybrid working. I think that's got some benefits as well. With our journey, started with requesting staff coming in a day, and then developing that further and further. But what we've found is since they've started coming into the office, they're actually in the office more and more than we're actually saying you have to. They're seeing the benefits of it. And because they're seeing the benefits, they are actually coming into the office. And when I talk to property colleagues, estate and planning is one of the highest users of the office. And I think that's really, really positive for a team that has got relatively new staff. It is really important. And that learning, I'm passing on to other service areas. especially, and I can think of one now in environmental health who's under me. Touch wood, we get our extra 4 environmental health officers. You know, filling in vacancies, it's not extra money, but filling in vacancies, it'd be vital for them to be coming into the office and learning the things. So, you know, we learn from that, and in forums like this, it's good for other service areas to hear from the learning as well. So I think it's really is beneficial and as an improvement, but we don't have to enforce officers coming in, they're doing it automatically now more than actually requested.
Yeah, just on office working and home working, I think it's important to note that different methods work differently for different services. I just wanted to reiterate this because I don't think we want to be looking at wholesale return to offices, because it is working very effectively in some areas. I know from my own service area with such a broad workforce working across the council, we've never actually all been in one place. And I think it's important that you have the mechanisms in place so that people are kept in contact with, and that people are managed and their performance is monitored through those routine processes as well. So I just want to reiterate that I think the flexible working model, allowing people to come in when they need to, and we use that very well as well. So I just want to reiterate that.
Thanks very much, Jane. I think we're all still learning across lots of different organisations about what meets different functions and needs more generally. Are there any further questions on the Audit Wales Planning Services report? No. Well, I think it remains for me to thank Bethan and Non, but particularly to thank Gwilym for the plan and your candour and your answering every single question that was put to you today, no matter strategic, detailed, whatever. But thank you very much for your preparation and for your contributions today. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll be moving on, colleagues, and we are working from the email agenda that Wynne sent round, just in case anyone else like me was working off a slightly different agenda. So we're not going to CAF, which is the main agenda. We're going to the risk management policy, and so we are bringing in bets. So we are under corporate items. So before we move on to discussion of corporate items, I wanted to, just from the chair, acknowledge the uncertainty that the committee had during the week as to receipt of papers and confirmation of the agenda. The original agenda that was issued had some papers to follow. Then we were advised that some papers were withdrawn, and then we managed to have them reinstated. So officers have discussed this with myself, and we are intending that we will not be having the uncertainty and the uncertainty that we had in the course of the week over papers and the lack of timeliness. I'm very conscious that colleagues would have had issues with preparedness because some of the papers only issued late on Wednesday. So there is something about timeliness and there is something about preparedness. I wanted to just put that on the floor. I also just wanted, with reference to some of the agenda items, and some colleagues might find this rather pedantic, but I feel I owe it to the committee to do this. The committee has particular responsibilities under the Constitution, and particular responsibilities in connection with some really important items that are on today's agenda. It is this committee's responsibility to oversee, and I underscore the word oversee, the production of the annual governance statement and to recommend its adoption to the County Council. and ensure appropriate actions taken to address issues raised. And for the committee to discharge its responsibilities, it needs to see drafts in a timely manner. It's also this committee's responsibility to consider and approve the annual audit opinion on internal control and the level of assurance given to corporate governance arrangements. And similarly, if this committee is to discharge its responsibilities on behalf of the council, we need to see papers and documents in a timely fashion, and also to know that EMT and senior officers have seen these papers on the way through. And importantly, and the committee has already expressed its concern about this at previous meetings, it is this committee's responsibility to approve the annual audit plan, ensuring that there is sufficient and appropriate coverage with a strong emphasis on risk management resources and resources available to implement the plan. I just felt that it was important, given the issues we had with papers in the agenda this week, to just remind ourselves of the committee's constitutional responsibilities in respect of those 3 items, because they do feature on the agenda today, and they are fundamental underpinnings to the good governance and the conduct of the authority's business. So we haven't had a situation this week that we hoped we would. We haven't had timely papers, but I can assure the committee members that officers are aware of our concerns, and they will be putting remedial action in place. And having said all that, I'll just remind us what of the words I used earlier when we were talking about the Audit Wales report. Notwithstanding some things have gone awry this week, we still all need to recognise that we are all professionals in the same space, working for the good of Powys and the council, and have respectful discussions with each other, even though we may have some challenging discussions on the way through this agenda. I just felt it was important to say that. I'll just pause there to give colleagues the opportunity to say anything about what I've said, respond to me, or say anything about how things have gone over the past few days. Councillor Peake.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would echo your comments. I am deeply concerned that we don't have enough time to read late and or revise papers, especially with the importance of them. And for me, I think getting some papers on a Wednesday afternoon doesn't take into account of workloads we may have either for the rest of Wednesday, Thursday, let alone trying to find some time to read those papers. So yes, pleased to hear you've had the conversations, and going forwards, hopefully we can address it. And I assume as part of those conversations, the reasons for the delays and withdrawals this time have been discussed and sorted out. So it's hopefully things will be okay in future. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peake. John?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, I think it's very important that we have time to consider all the papers that come through, and I'd like to sort of propose a rule, if you like, that even when papers are not immediately available, there has to be a weekend between receipt of the papers and the meeting, so that we get a chance to read them, because otherwise we just rush and we're not doing our job properly. Thanks
very much, John. Yeah, I'll refer that to when, although your tenure is about to end, but I know you'll take that away and think about the sequencing of papers and agendas and when things are published to enable the committee to discharge its responsibilities as effectively as it possibly can. So if there are no further comments on that, we'll move back to the agenda proper, and we are actually now on the risk management policy and guidance. So I'm going to hand over to Bets.
Good morning, everyone. Right. I hope you've had a chance to read the report. I'm not going to read it verbatim, but fingers crossed, based on having listened to everything you were just saying about getting papers in timely manner, I hope this policy was one of those, because it was available a couple of weeks ago, and so hopefully you've had a chance to read it all through. And I'm only going to mention a few key points for you today. So if I start off, the purpose of this report is to present the Council's new risk management policy and guidance 2023 for consideration, and to seek Cabinet sign-off for its adoption and publication. It's important to say this document is a successor to what was previously called the Risk Management Framework. We have revised the title to Risk Management Policy and Guidance, and it sets out our revised approach to managing risk. It provides clear guidance on how to implement best practice management of risk across the Council. It is designed to provide all the information and supporting templates required to develop, implement and maintain risk management within the Council. As I've already mentioned, this document was developed following a review of its predecessor, and we've taken on board all of our learned experiences since, as well as good practice across the industry. Importantly, the roles and responsibilities associated with risk management are given greater emphasis to ensure that ownership and accountabilities are clear. The intention is that the information and guidance included in this paper will help both officers and services, as well as members and other stakeholders such as partners, approach the practice of managing risk within the Council. The policy and guidance is for everyone, but under bullet point 2.4, we have listed those it's particularly more relevant to. There are no significant changes in the as a whole in the paper, but we have strengthened the guidance and in particular the risk escalation process and programme, project and partnership risk management. The document we have, as we state, the document and processes will be reviewed every 3 years or after a release of a new risk management legislation, government guidance or audit review to ensure that the approach remains relevant and robust. So that leads me to the end of the cover report to say it's recommended that Risk Management Policy and Guidance 2023, as outlined in Appendix A, is approved. I now intend to go through a few key points in the Risk Management Policy and Guidance, if that's okay, Chair. The actual policy and guidance is organised into 3 phases. Each phase building on previous steps. So section 3 to 6 provides definitions, the outlines risk management landscape and the relevant risk management standards and guidance. And then section 7 to 12 are more specific to the Council and contains documentation relating to governance and infrastructure, processes, integration of risk management, the risk management culture and continuous improvement. Okay, so a key thing that I always try to remind everyone of, and it's something that I know this committee will be very familiar with, is it's about being risk aware, not being risk adverse. On page 2, you'll find the contents and page number for each section. As you know, risk management is a phased approach, and we're building on each of the previous phases. There are numerous definitions of risk, and as I was going to say, as Lynn alluded earlier, but of course that was in our pre-meet. We, in the authority, we are using the risk management definition that is IS 31000, 2018 risk management, ISO 3100. Which is a family of standards related to risk management coded by the International Organization for Standardization. It's also important to highlight the difference between a risk and an issue. So this paragraph 3.3 has been only added this week as a result of some really good feedback. A risk is something that hasn't happened yet, but has some probability of occurring. An issue is essentially a risk that has happened. So in other words, risks are potential future problems and issues are current problems. And risk issue management is the practice of clearing those current problems. This guidance relates purely to risk management. Right, I'm scrolling on down, so bear with me for a second. So under section 7.1, we say in order for risk management to be embedded fully within the council, all employees at all levels of the organisation have a responsibility for managing risk in their own work, their wider service and at a corporate level. As such, the risk management structure of Powys County Council is built on and aligned with existing structures and reporting lines. The roles and responsibilities for risk management are set out as follows. We have first line, we have second line, and we have third line, and you'll find all that information under section 7. As well as that, there is detailed roles and responsibilities by each of the different groups in the authority. I'm not going to go through them all today, but I will go through Governance and Audit Committee. Gain assurance that risk management is being properly undertaken, including governance of risk, leadership, integration of risk management into the wider governance arrangements, and ownership and accountability for risks and their controls. Oversee the risk management policy and guidance for the implementation in practice. Oversee the integration of risk management in governance and decision-making processes. Consider the effectiveness of internal controls and monitor the implementation of agreed actions. And oversight of strategic risk adherence and undertake deep dives into specific service and project risk as part of their annual plan of activity. The escalation of risk, including a project risk, is an important part of the risk management structure. Typically, identified risks will escalate through the council as detailed under the diagram at section 7.4, which is very it's easier. It's shown as a diagram, but I can explain it and say, it's a very simple process of officers to service management teams, to senior leadership team, executive management team, scrutiny, governance and audit committee, onto cabinet. But it's important to say that executive management team can agree for risks to be escalated to the strategic risk register at any point, as well as the fact the risk does not have to start at the bottom level. It can start at any level in that structure. It's not prescriptive. Risks can be identified at any level. And it's also, you can say that they might not actually get to the strategic risk register. It might well be that it's discussed at the appropriate level, and in the discussion it's decided that that risk isn't appropriate to become a strategic risk. Transformation portfolio risks follow the same escalation process, but they do have a few extra steps because, of course, we have the Programme Board and Transformation Delivery Board, and the detail of that escalation again is under bullet point 7.5. Under 9.1, the process of risk management is explained, which is obviously particularly important. It is a continuous process that's involving the identification of risks, prioritization of these risks, and the implementation of actions to further mitigate the top risks. There are six stages as such, and in the paper you can read the detail for each of these stages. So we got stage 1, which is risk identification and recording, analyze, assess, evaluate risks, review of controls and their effectiveness, respond to risk, record and monitor and report, and integration with strategic planning and decision making. In terms of risk treatment, in managing risks and opportunities, each element has to be assessed within a decision made on the best course of action. There are 4 primary responses, which are terminate, transfer, treat, and tolerate. And there's more detailed definition in the paper. The risk should be a standing item on the agenda of every management team's meeting across the council. This is to ensure that senior management is managing the council's changing risk profile. All major projects, programmes and partnerships should also have risk as a standing agenda item. Integration of risk management. I mentioned in the cover report that projects, programmes and partnerships, and the guidance for these areas sit under section bullet point 10. The basic process remains the same. But there are some additional points we ask projects, programs and partnerships to consider. In relation to the risk register, we should note that all transformation programs are required to have their own risk register. Project risks are to be integrated into the relevant service risk register and cross-linked to others where applicable. The standard approach is the same: report and escalate risks on a quarterly basis. However, risk management in Powys County Council is a dynamic live process, and officers and members are encouraged to report and escalate significant risks as frequently as required, thereby fast-tracking the typical strategic risk register reporting cycle where merited. Projects and programs are no exception, and they need to follow the same process. In terms of partnership and third parties, for these two areas, we say that where the risk register is held needs to be agreed by the partnership, as does the monitoring and reporting of each organisational needs. Special access to JCAD, which is our own software that we manage our risks on, can be arranged for external organisations. However, Powys County Council expects as a minimum any partnership risk that relates to the council itself to be recorded and monitored on JCAD in the partnership risk register. This partnership risk register needs to sit under the relevant service risk register and follow the same escalation process and cross-link to other risk registers where applicable. These registers must be available to Scrutiny and Governance and Audit Committee should they request to see them, which is within their remit. As well as risk, there's opportunity, and the policy covers opportunity risk management. The County Council's risk management matrix, Appendix D, provides a facility to assess both negative and opportunity risks. Obviously, I'm not going to go through that today, but it's highlighting that that has been reviewed, and you can find that in Appendix D. And finally, towards the end of the paper, we cover the risk management culture, which is, again, particularly important. Integration, training and communication is vital. It's important. It's vital that the county council officers and members understand the risk management policy, the risk management process, their roles and responsibilities in it, and have the required skills. Therefore, I am asking everybody, because risk is applicable to everybody, to please take time to read the full paper. And once when Cabinet do sign off this reviewed risk management policy and guidance, we will have a communication campaign. We do have one planned out. Risk management training, as well as JCAD core, should be tailored to the audience and to the management of risk strategy, processes and framework adopted by the council. Although not mandatory, a risk management training video is available to all on the council's e-learning site and actively promoted, as well as the risk management training that is bookable via Trent. Every employee manages risk and exploits opportunities to some degree in their day-to-day role. The key is to ensuring that people understand, value and perform risk management. The key to ensuring people understand, value and perform risk management is to integrate it into their processes and ensure that it is tailored to the activity. So as such, we've embedded it into our processes, for example, the integrated business plans, impact assessments. And before I finish, I would like to say the matrix broken down by organisational activities linking to the risk appetite has been reviewed too. This sits in the appendix and aids officers and services, as well as yourselves, with the moderation of risks. And I've also added into Appendix C programme, project and partnership risks, having had some very helpful feedback this week since sending it out. That was a whistle-top tour of the actual policy and guidance itself. I hope I haven't rushed through it too quickly, and I hope I have covered the key points that I'd like you to absorb, as well as the whole paper. And like I say, hopefully you did have a chance earlier today to read the paper. And I now hand back to the chair, and I'm sure Jane and I welcome any more feedback or any other questions.
Thanks very much, Bets. I have to say that I thought the set of papers was really, really helpful. So thank you for all of the work that's gone into that. Just before I open it up, from me sort of picking up on our last discussion, or our discussion at our last meeting. Have you had any conversations about making the training mandatory going forward?
I have, yeah, well, so I've had conversations regarding the training as a whole. So I have met with our colleagues in workforce and organisational development to try to strengthen the risk management training in terms when new employees start, in terms of induction. Also with the training that they deliver for new managers. It is a little bit of a I have to respect that obviously that they need to consider everything that the managers and the new employees has to be covered with them. So we're trying to find a nice balance there. Also in terms of mandatory, I've had conversation with the Paul Bradshaw and Lynn Griffin, and again their advice is very much to put together a kind of application. It's not, application isn't the right word, but you know, and to give some reasoning as to why we think risk management should be mandatory. It's within the gift of audits and of governance and audit committee to do that, and I have drafted a possible request that can come from governance and audit committee, and that I've shared with a couple of my colleagues, including Wynne and Anne and Jane, and I'm once I've had a bit of feedback from my colleagues, I will forward that on to Wynne to provide to the committee to see whether they're happy with that application going in. But I do know that reading back on my notes from the last time it was discussed, that Wynne had stated that it was something that Jane and EMT were going to be discussing afterwards. I don't know whether that happened, but I think it's been superseded now by the fact that I've done that draft and we can request into EMT. But I don't know whether Jane wants to come in after me, but I would imagine, as I said earlier, you know, that EMT will consider it. They'll consider the reasoning across the board with all the other requests for training to be mandatory.
Thanks, Bets. Jane?
I think in mandatory courses across the organisation, we need to limit those to the ones that are truly mandatory. I do think, however, in terms of a head of service role, risk management training should be absolutely something that they do. And we have, through our senior leadership team and with senior managers, reiterated the need for people to be very clear on the risk policies and all of what Bets has spoken about today, so that they can effectively manage that risk. I don't think there's a need to mandate it, but I do think through our normal processes, we should be able to identify where there may be gaps, and we can then ask individuals to brush up on that training, and Bets can attend management teams and so on. So I think we probably have sufficient processes in place to make sure that that training is adequate. But I'll leave that for committee to discuss.
In my sense from the discussion that we had in May is that if there are adequate arrangements in place, the training might be in place, but it's then not having an impact, because I'm still recalling the audit that we looked at last month, where I'm exaggerating because I haven't got it in front of me, I can't remember the numbers. Virtually nobody even replied to the survey that SWAP conducted, and that audit and that particular thing which sticks in my mind does not suggest to me that the training that is currently in place is having the impact that is needed. So my response would be, there may well be training in place, but it's not having the requisite impact. Therefore, I think, subject to what my colleagues say, I think, I'm not sure in governance terms I would refer to officers, if a request comes from audit committee, or if officers, senior officers express to EMT that audit committee has concerns in this space, or if we make a case that we are not persuaded that there is sufficient training. Perhaps it doesn't have to be mandatory, but there's just something that doesn't feel as though it's quite crystallizing in the way that it should in the organisation to give us sufficient confidence. I'll open the floor now.
Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Bets, for summarising a very detailed policy and guidance there. I guess it's just the detail in there though that probably leads me to my questions, because it's I'm interested to know how you, as a risk manager, will make this policy come alive for staff rather than it just gathering dust on shelf. As the Chair's already alluded to in the previous comments, I also have a strong indication that this may not be read in the detail it deserves by staff. And I also wonder if it actually, some of the wording in the report gives a more positive picture than reality. And is perhaps the two observations I've got may just illustrate the magnitude of your task. So when I look at culture and it says a risk-aware culture exists, I do share the Chair's concern there, where we had a 75% non-response rate to that survey before, that I'm not sure a risk awareness culture is there as we would like it to be. And then a further example, which I think we will talk about later on the agenda today, is the complaints report, where we aren't picking up on lessons learned from complaints. And yet this policy here under 11.7 does say that we will learn lessons. So I acknowledge the size of your task to get this across, Bets, yeah, I just really would like to know how you will make this come alive for everyone. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. I should probably first of all say I'm not a manager, I'm the risk officer. Yes, I do fully appreciate the task in front of me. It does feel a little daunting at times, especially as, you know, I'm not a dedicated risk management officer, but I do plan, I have already met with our comms team to have a discussion about a comms campaign and how to try and make it a little bit more exciting, but like you said, come alive rather than just a traditional piece of information just to let them know that policy and guidance is now out. So we have some ideas on that. One of the things was to take lessons learned from the recent fraud risk communications campaign, which definitely caught my attention. So we have got that comms campaign happening. We've also as part of an action plan to introduce training to be available face-to-face by myself, which is bookable via Trent, which is something that we've not had before. And I'm hoping into delivering that training that to make it as come alive, as you say, as very similar to like the impact assessment training that I do, where we actually go through work and examples, so it's not just death by PowerPoint, where people are engaging and hopefully come away with having learned a lot more than just having listened to information. Again, I already mentioned I've had conversations with our colleagues in WAD regarding how they can aid and help support us in terms of getting this risk management more on everybody's horizon. I hope I continue by going round management teams, SLTs, that it will further engage. I mean, we are talking SLT professional, the senior managers level, but I'm hoping that that work will continue. I'm hoping that we will get the support from EMT and professional officers, that they too will embrace the risk management policy and guidance and understand it and be confident and also engage with it and commit with it to, you know, work with their staff, etc. Because obviously I don't have the I don't see every officer. It's just a thing. And finally, I would just like to say, in terms of the SWOT questionnaire, it was very disappointing, but there are quite a few components, parts of that equation. It was conducted by SWOT, and they're not here to explain how, but you know, I'll just give you one example that I had an email from somebody asking me, was it actually for lack of another word, a dodgy email, because they'd never heard of SWOT. So therefore you just don't know. So there's other reasons why officers didn't complete that survey. However, we've gone through it all with SWOT, and we're hoping that we've got lessons learned regarding, you know, trying to get people to engage with surveys like that. And I might. Sorry, go on, Lynn.
I can just, I'm really just conscious that Emma wants to come in. I've got Councillor Chris and then Gareth for questions, but I wondered if Emma wanted to come in support of this point.
Yeah, if I may, Chair, thank you very much. I mean, I can speak from the officer perspective, who does have management responsibility and does have responsibility for various risks across the organisation. I have to say, with the work that Bets and Jane have done around this, actually, from an officer perspective, risk is given far more focus now than I've ever known in the local authority. I'm not saying it's perfect by any means, but I think in terms of the journey that we've been on, the amount of time that we spend considering and understanding risk and thinking through our mitigated actions is far greater than I'd seen in previous years. And I have to say also that I think the pandemic and understanding risk through the pandemic and our mitigating action actually brought it to the fore. And I think that helped officers have a far better understanding of why we need to identify risk, we need to understand it, but also why the mitigation is so important. I don't think the completion of a SWOT survey and the rate of a SWOT survey, a completion rate of a SWOT survey, actually has any correlation with people's understanding of risk. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that point. People can fill in surveys, but that doesn't, you know, things go in junk mail, people have copious amounts of emails, and at the end of the day, it's around prioritisation. I don't wish to undermine SWOT in any way by saying that, but actually, I don't think the survey completion has a correlation with people's understanding of the importance of risk and the mitigation surrounding that. I just felt it's important for me to make those points, Chair.
Thanks very much, Emma. Thank you. I'll bring in Councillor Chris, and then I'll bring in Gareth.
Thank you, Chair. And that on well done, Beth, on this. I remember in a previous meeting you made reference to this, and it was coming. And I think you asked how many people had read the previous one, and I was one that said I hadn't. And that, but I have actually printed this one out and I've started reading it, so you'd be pleased to know that. So I think you've made tremendous progress on it. Looking at the contents page, the thing that I'd written down, irrespective of what the chair has just mentioned, was training, because I didn't see it in there. And I think there needs to be a little section, whether it be as a part of the appendix, of the type of training that is on offer, because risk covers so many multitudes of issues, whether we're doing that around moving and handling, hazardous materials, or emergency first aid, and they will be applicable to certain areas, but not applicable to every area. So we just need to have those catered around on it. I think when you make something mandatory, that it becomes a different type of discussion, and I think it has to be then focused. So I don't necessarily disagree with some of the comments that some of the officers have made, but I think we do need to make reference that training is available, because when I put it in, I think training is mentioned around about, I've just done a search on the document, about 47 times, but it's not risk training, it's training generally. But one of the other things I picked up, and I've been looking to try and find where I've found this, and I can't find it unfortunately, but somewhere in one of the documents, it made a reference to integrated to the performance review around risk management. And again, when I've looked at this within this document, I can find some things around performance, but I don't necessarily see it as a performance review. So it's a question of where does that sit in and how does this marry together? And then in relation to try and getting the message out, I think you've already started to do that by building it into team agendas. There should be a talking point within those conversations. When you're doing PDRs, it should be coming up as well. I think doing some of the training with some of the councillors, as you've been doing on some of the members' development, is a good starting point on it. But I am pleased to see that this has been progress, so well done on that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Bets.
Thank you, Councillor Chris. I've made quite a few notes when you were talking, so I will go back and review those and look to try and improve. I mean, training is, as you said, mentioned quite a few times in the document, in particular section 11, but perhaps we need to strengthen that and pull it out and make it more of a particular, this is the training and what is available. So I take on board all your feedback, and like I said, I've made notes, and I will go and relook and review it with Jane. Thank you. And thank you for reading it.
Thanks, Beth. Thanks, Councillor Chris. Gareth?
Thanks, Chair. You'll be well aware that the distinction between risks and issues has long been a hobby horse of mine, and it's good to see that's now been recognised in this very comprehensive documentation. But to follow up on that, I wouldn't want any issues to fall between the slats. So I'd want some assurance, and I think colleagues as a committee as well would want to have assurances around issues log, and how is there one, how is it managed? Because as now it's been recognised, some of the previous risks are in fact issues. How are they being dealt with? And of course, in high likelihood risks, they transition into becoming actual issues. So I would want the same rigour around dealing with issues as is around the risk management now in this paper.
Well, personally, I couldn't agree more, Gareth. Bets, are there any plans to develop an issues log and a guidance framework around it?
Well, if I start off, and then hopefully Jane will come in after me. As I said right at the beginning, and you introduced that paragraph into the risk management thing, that my role is risk management, not issues, but there is a strong correlation, and they do link very strongly together. It was our current CEO, Dr. Caroline, asked for an issues log, and I believe it was 9 months ago. And so we did create, there is a functionality JCAD which records issues. It's a separate module, but it's within the JCAD software. And so we did record an issue in there, an issue at the time, and a discussion was had at SLT and EMT, and this was written up in a paragraph in a previous strategic risk register report to say that SLT took on board and embraced recording of issues, and that the issues, because they are in a way operational, we didn't want to duplicate, cause more work by making officers manage their issues on a piece of software, which in this case happens to be JCAD, that their current operational procedures that they've got in place should be maintained. So the actual issues log on JCAD was just to be a recording of the issue, and it would just be for audited purposes. And we did state that in the previous strategic risk register report, I think 9 months ago. I'll now hand over to Jane, if that's okay, whether she could add to my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. I think just more generally with committee, before I address that specifically, I think it's very difficult to include absolutely everything that's happening across an organisation such as ours in a report that comes to committee. And I know that's very difficult then to enable committee to get the assurances that you need. I think from your perspective, looking at the policy that we've got in place and the processes that we've got in place, and when we update a policy like this, we're looking for your guidance as to whether you think that is appropriate. In terms of then managing that, there is a reliance on management team oversight of what's in place across all the various services, and getting that feedback and being able to deliver on that through the risk reporting that we do. And I have to say, I think we have got that in a much better place than where it's been previously, and that's been down to the work of Bets and the team over a number of years. And I do believe that we are in a really good place now in terms of managing that risk. In terms of issues, I'm not proposing that we have an issues log as such. Again, because of that diverse nature of the organisation, each service will look at what issues are affecting them on a daily basis. Every management team that I have, we have a section where we look at the issues that are arising. We have that discussion about what needs to be flagged up at a corporate level or not, because very often you will deal with those issues at an operational level quite effectively without having to escalate them. So I think the balance of how much we ask our operational managers to fill in things as opposed to getting on and delivering operationally is a very fine balance, particularly when we're struggling with resources, with the financial position and everything that we have in place. So it's essential that we have that balance. So I think from this committee, if you feel that the policy and the process that we have in place or being defined here is appropriate, that will be the starting point. The oversight then we give as a management team through that reporting should then give you the assurance that it's working to some degree. And I think the audit report that you considered a little while ago was historical now. And I think you will see a lot of improvements around risk management when you see any follow-up or any audit that comes forward in the future.
Thanks, Jane. I mean, I guess that's kind of where we're going. We need to see robust guidance, protocols, frameworks for whatever, and understand the process underpinning that management take forward. And then if we see evidence subsequently through external, internal audit, complaints, whatever, that the framework, protocol, policy is not being implemented and not being acted on sufficiently, that's the point of our intervention, to call into question, well, you've got this documentation, is it lying in a cupboard and no one's doing it, or is it actively being managed? Yeah, okay, I understand your point. Councillor David, you wanted to come in.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to firstly take the opportunity to thank officers for the excellent work they've done in updating this guidance. No easy task, and much needed. And I'd particularly like to thank the input that Bets has put into this. It's a very comprehensive and detailed document, and I look forward to it going to Cabinet and hope that the recommendations will be acceptable, because at the end of the day, it goes without saying that a risk managed approach to decision making is going to help us to achieve the well-being objectives in Stronger, Fairer, Greener, our corporate plan. But coming back to the question of training, I think we need to be careful here about the audience where we need to aim this training at. And I think in the cover report, if you look at section 2.3 and 2.4, that's pretty clear as to where we need to be aiming this training and where we need to get this understanding about risk, because there's obviously a need as well to distinguish between what's a strategic risk and operational risk, because the strategic risk is all about policy and program. It's about identifying the risks that could arise when you're trying to implement a policy or a program and avoid them becoming issues, as opposed to operational risks where you've actually got the program, it's active, and the policy is being applied. And then it could possibly become something more akin to health and safety or something on those lines. And that training in many ways is already mandatory. So I think it's important just to bear in mind that we are talking about strategic risks here. And whereas I think there's a high level of understanding needed right throughout the organization, I think we can actually identify the more specific areas where we need more detailed training. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Councillor David. In fact, thanks for supporting Bets in this item. I think I'll move to close this. I think the committee would still like to consider making a pitch to EMT for consideration of mandatory training for the right cohort of people, and obviously that for management discretion. I think that's our kind of area where we will be looking for ongoing assurance, is the impact of this framework on our business. And obviously communications, engagement and training are all part of that. But I think I'll close by echoing Councillor David's thanks to Bets for a really tremendous piece of work, and hope that this is implemented as successfully as it might be. We are running a bit awry with our timing, colleagues, but we have just covered a couple of really important items, but we may have to speed ourselves up a bit. We're using the email timing agenda, so we are now looking to appointments by the committee, which on the other agenda is item 16. So we need to make an appointment to the finance panel. Do I have any nominations to a member? John?
I nominate Gareth.
Do we have any seconders? William, thank you very much, and Pete. So Gareth, are you prepared to continue to be our? Thank you very much. That'd be tremendous. Thank you very much. The second item under appointments to the committee is to reappoint or amend the membership of the committee's working groups. I was going to suggest, if colleagues are content, that we maintain the membership that we already have, because our working groups have really only in the past 3 or 4 months really started to get going. My sense is they're starting to really produce some effective work, and they are actually starting to really make an impact. So unless there is anyone who would really like to particularly withdraw from McLean this year or make a pitch for a different one, I'd really like us to stick with it for another few months, because I think we are starting to motor. How do colleagues feel about that? Stick with where we are. Stick with where we are for now. Thank you very much for your support with that view, colleagues. Then the next item is working groups, and in the pack there is a report on the work of each of our working groups. The internal audit committee, the internal audit working group has now met, so all 4 of our working groups are up and running, in part with an eye on the clock. Not really proposing to go through any of these in any detail, but the papers are there so that everyone is aware of what is going on in each of the respective working groups. But I will pause to allow any questions or comments from members. Well, thank you very much, and I'd like to thank everyone for their contributions to those working groups. Then our next item is the work programme. So when is there anything on the work programme that you would particularly like to draw out?
Nothing in particular, Chair. We will revise the one for July. It needs to be a bit of tweaking there. I've changed, obviously had a review now of the risks that are in the strategic register, and now revised the deep dives going through for the next 2 years.
Thanks very much. Any questions on the work programme or any comments from colleagues? I think I would just really, again, thinking about your moving off, just in terms of handover, it's going to be really important.
Yes.
Because the work programme is really important to the committee's business. So that would be an important piece of handover work. If there are no questions. Oh, sorry, Gareth.
Yes, if we had a very enlightening presentation on the, I forget the acronym now because it's quite some time ago, about the Centre of Rail Excellence.
Oh yeah.
CPR. Yeah. And
GCRE.
protection of rural England, isn't it? And something that I'd like us to discuss. The council was wearing a number of hats in its involvement, from statutory planning authority across the spectrum to coordinating community engagement. And I believe there was different levels of risk associated with the council's involvement and how this is managed. So I'd like that, if we could bring that topic back for some discussion. Thank you.
We were wearing many hats in that role. I understand the point. Yeah, we'll think about how we best schedule that item, Gareth. Thank you. Anything else on the work programme? No. So next up on the agenda, therefore, is the draft annual governance statement. So I'm going to look to Kath to introduce that.
Thank you for your time today. So we're not seeking approval of the document, which you can find on the supplementary agenda, page 3 to 116. A significant amount of that to add is appendices, but we're looking to provide the committee with an update of progress and an opportunity to discuss now. And obviously we'll be coming back. I'll share a timeline in a little moment, but we'll be coming back to you in July for an in-depth session on this and the self-assessment. So the document is draft, and you will note throughout that there are areas which require further development. So we're bringing it to you at this juncture as agreed. And if not already aware, we can share the timeline that we put together with yourselves back in January. So in terms of the report, it just shows how the council is supporting the 7 SIPFA principles. So principle A is behaving with integrity, demonstrating strong commitment to ethical values and respecting the rule of law. Principle B, ensuring openness and comprehensive stakeholder engagement. Principle C, defining outcomes in terms of sustainable, economic, social and environmental benefits. Principle D, determining the interventions necessary to optimise the achievement of the intended outcomes. Principle E, developing the organisation's capacity and the capability of its leadership and the individuals within it. And principle F, managing risks and performance through robust internal control and strong public financial management. And finally, principle G, implementing good practices in transparency, reporting and audit to deliver effective accountability. So as you'll note, assurance levels have not yet been identified, as it would be inappropriate to publish them based upon the information not being wholly there. But the EMT are looking at this next Tuesday afternoon as part of a workshop where we're focused on self-assessment and the draft annual governance statement. However, it's interesting and it'd be really useful for you to feedback what you feel your assurance levels would be based upon the information provided and what you have seen and considered as a governance and audit committee over the past, over the financial year that we've just had. But I would like to highlight several areas which have been included, as it has been a busy year. So there's been a bit of an impact upon the council in terms of the elections, so impact on governance. The authority obviously has interim leadership arrangements in place, as well as we heard earlier from Gwilym. We've had an Audit Wales review of the planning service, and in November we also received an Audit Wales review of safeguarding, as well as the financial management code of practice. So there are items yet to be included in the report, but many have come in since you received the supplementary agenda pack. So I just wanted to note that on the table on page 14, which shows the actions that we'd put in place for ourselves during the year, all of the ones that have come in since then. So we have one in terms of outcome-based budgeting. So that one's on track and that has been given a green status. We've got review the medium-term financial strategy principles, and that's complete. We also have one around developing value for money, and that's around sustainable Paris, and that's on track and green, as well as an asset review, which is ongoing, and that's been ragged by the property service as green as well. So they are in addition to what you've already had. So I just wanted to add that so you've got that information to hand. So in terms of the ask today, can you just reflect upon the content and consider any gaps that are there and that we would need to include within this report? And as mentioned before, start to consider the assurance levels, as that would really help us with our discussions on Tuesday with Cabinet EMT to take forward, what you feel as a group, and just really digest these ahead of our session, which I'll go on to in a moment in July, as they'll form a key pillar to us in terms of our self-assessment reporting. So if it's agreeable with you, if we could discuss today in terms of assurance levels, but any more sort of detailed feedback, could we have that within by the close of play next Friday on the 30th of June? So any feedback will be incorporated into the final version and then shared with Audit Wales for their comments ahead of committee approval alongside the statement of accounts following the audit. So I'm sure you're all keen to hear the next steps and key dates. So the Cabinet EMT workshop is due to take place next Tuesday afternoon at 2 o'clock. So we'll be looking at providing provisional assurance levels for the annual governance statement and self-assessment activity. Then governance and audit, as I've just mentioned, you've got your feedback will come in and that will be given to us by next Friday, hopefully. And then the draft AGS with Audit Wales by the 10th of July. And then we have a governance and audit seminar, a private one, on the 21st of July, and papers will be circulated to you 10 days in advance of that meeting, so that you do have the opportunity to really go through and prepare. So that one, they'll be circulated to you on the 11th of July. As well, on the 21st of July, sorry, we will be looking at the sort of more complete AGS as well as the self-assessment to provide assurance of us as an organisation around our commitments to the Local Government Elections Wales Act requirements. Then we have the following week after, we have governance and audit approval on the 28th of July. So the committee will be asked to approve and endorse the AGS as it is, obviously pending any feedback that we do have from Audit Wales, and that will, the papers for that would be circulated 1 week in advance. And then on the 1st of August, we have Cabinet, and they would be endorsing the AGS and approving the self-assessment. And then obviously we would require translation of the self-assessment before publishing out to the public. So we will be expecting Audit Wales recommendations anytime between August and October. So depending on when they come back, then obviously we can work with them and update. And the timings that are already in the calendar is on the 24th of November, Governance and Audit Committee will be signing off the AGS properly alongside the statement of accounts, and they will be published by the 30th of November. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kath. So this is very much our first review of this document, and as Kath asked us to particularly in our thinking to focus on the 7 assurance criteria, the seven assurance principles, on the basis of the evidence that we've seen from our perspective over the last year. And over the course of the next week to give any other comments as to additional items, but for now, we really want our focus to be in those 7 points, don't we?
Yes, please, so it can feed in next Tuesday.
And Councillor David wants to come in. No, Emma, sorry, I'm trying to double screen here and it's not working.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor David. I'm getting up.
No problem. I just thought it may be helpful just to add to the points that Catherine's made. In the last year's annual governance statement, we gave the assurance levels as substantial throughout, with the exception, I think it was of the final sit for principle, which was reasonable, because there were some elements that we hadn't completed. When we're undertaking the level of assurance, of course, we set out each year, we set out what are the things that we're going to do within the year, have we delivered on those things within the year, and therefore so we're continually adding in respect of the previous years. So I appreciate the committee have not had a very good week in terms of papers, etc., but I would ask that doesn't distort the overall position and the work that we've done together, yourselves as committee and officers, over this last 12 months, because actually it's quite extensive. And if you think back to your own self-assessment that you did as a committee and look back on what you've achieved in that year, that obviously contributes to this paper in itself, as well as the broader organisation. So Catherine will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that they were substantial, with one and either the final or the penultimate principle being reasonable.
Yeah, you're correct, Emma. And also to point out on the supplementary agenda pack, if you look on page 10, the definitions for those assurance levels are on there. So substantial is that there are processes in place, it's operating effectively, and risks to effective governance are well managed. Reasonable is generally risks are well managed, but some processes could be improved. And then partial is that some key risks are not well managed, and processes would require sort of the introduction or improvement of internal controls to ensure the effective governance. And then obviously none is what it sort of says. Yeah, that there isn't anything in place and risks are not well managed.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Catherine. Thanks, Emma. So I'll bring in Councillor Pete and then John.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, thanks, Kath. Yeah, I was just looking at those criteria for assurance levels there, and I suppose the first two things that spring to my mind is who decides, who's the person who, if you like, scores and determines whether it's substantial or reasonable, and then I sort of think off the back of that is what work is actually done, what detailed work is done to reach that level of assurance. And then, without wanting definitions for definitions, it's what does substantial mean, what does reasonable mean, and what does partial mean?
Hello. Yes, so it's a joint decision, and obviously hence why we'd like to have your input. But next Tuesday, Cabinet EMT will be putting forward their suggestions to yourselves based on the evidence that they have in front of them. So all of the evidence that we do have in the annual governance statement obviously comes from a wide variety of sources. All of the complaints report, an audit report, information compliance, there's a whole host of things that we look through. and the self-assessment workbooks that have been completed by services from February to March, and then panels, obviously with Cabinet, EMT attending as well, and so forth. All of this information has been distilled sort of down, and it's hence why, you know, it's a massive mammoth task to try and make sense of it all. But this is our way of providing insurance level as an organisation of where we think where we are at based on the evidence in front of us and our day-to-day understanding of the operation of the council. Hence why it's really important to get your views on this. It covers what we said we would do and also whether we have actually done it. And that's that table earlier on in the document, which I said we have had some updates since then, but they're all on track or done.
So Catherine, as I understand it, the definitions of substantial, reasonable and partial are there written out for us. Yeah. So what I was imagining doing, this was just what I was imagining doing next week, sort of for you, because I don't think we'll go through it all today, was going through each of the 7 principles, and some of them I think this committee has a greater interest in than others, inevitably, but on the basis of what we've seen over the course of the year, and looking at the definitions of substantial, reasonable, partial and none, do I think, you know, picking reasonable, we are able to offer reasonable assurance that the council's arrangements adequately reflect the principles of good governance indicated by SIPA. I'm just picking these at random. Principle F, managing risk and performance. Do I think I've got evidence to say to you on the basis of this committee's consideration, it's substantial? Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, okay.
That's exactly it.
And I believe, Chair, the principles, those levels were actually drawn across from SIPA guidance previously, and we've reused it rather than invent something new. That's where that came from, because I know you asked the question.
Yes, they are. They're from the Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountancy. It's a model that they've got there that we've adopted. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair, Kath and Wynne. Yeah, I sorry, Matt, I do sort of get it, but I did see that table, but I'd still struggling a little bit to understand what substantial means, what reasonable. It's very subjective.
Yeah, if you have any questions, honestly, just email us, or we can speak on the phone.
Councillor Peter, is inevitably it's subjective, because if each of the 9 members of this committee passes some information to Kath and says, well, on the basis of my perception of what I've seen, I think it's substantial or I think it's reasonable, it is going to be subjective. And then Kath is going to be, for example, picking at random, develop principle CE, developing the organization's capacity to include, you know, capacity of leadership in the individuals within. I'm assuming, Kath, you're going to be getting information from lots and lots of different sources on that. And then all of that subjective information is going to come, and then you're going to have to kind of amalgamate it, weigh it up, discuss it with the EMT and the cabinet, and then say, what does this feel like? Does it feel like reasonable, or does it feel like substantial? And there is obviously an element of evidence-based subjectivity to that. It has to kind of,
and you have people on different, people will be on different places, so that you have to have a consensus on which one we're going to be.
It's not an easy task. John, you wanted to come in.
Thank you, Chair. My question surrounds the blank reg statuses on pages 14 and 15. I believe, Catherine, you said that they were all now green. I'm just wondering when the proposed completion is going to be, because I mean, if you go to the asset review, it's been going on some considerable time.
Yeah, and that's something that you could comment as something for us to take forward.
Absolutely.
And that's a good one.
So can you fill those gaps in at all, Jane? They're down there.
No, we have had that information, but obviously we haven't had it when we sort of sent it out. So yeah, so in terms of the gaps, just to reiterate, the outcome-based budgeting one is on track, that's green. The medium-term financial strategy.
Sorry, on track means it's going to be complete by when?
I think with that.
It's all very
yeah,
well ongoing unless we've got some.
There's a lot of work to be done.
I know.
To achieve outcome-based budgeting. And I think the way we're now approaching sustainable powers, the project that the program really that we're looking at to help us have a more resilient council going forward and more sustainable, is actually based around those principles of outcome-based assessment. So we're hoping that now will help us get to a much better place in terms of outcome-based budgeting. But I will need to reflect on when we think we're going to achieve that fully.
Well, the same really applies to benchmarking and value for money.
Yeah. Again.
Because that's important. That's another thing we've been promised for a long time.
And again, embedded in the principles around sustainable powers.
I'll leave it there for the moment.
Come back to it.
Yes.
Come back to it as and when, John, because it is important. Emma, your hands up.
Yeah, I think isn't just picking up on the points that John's making. Some of these things won't have a complete end date. They just won't, because actually, as elements are coming through, you know, if we look at benchmarking, we need to be updating that every year. And so I would expect to see that within the annual governance statement year on year. It's about the mechanisms of doing that, and there is a template already developed for benchmarking. So we've done the template, but actually it's about what does it say, how do you use it, what does that mean for us going forward, so that it's live and we take those elements forward. The same as the asset review, the overarching asset strategy is developed, but actually in terms of its implementation and the application of those principles, that's a work program over years, because again, if you look at the totality of the assets, so it's when do these things become, they move from a position of they need that immediate focus to then becoming more business as usual and embedded in the way that we operate. I think the main things in this report, though, is actually, and I think I don't think you are going to be able to give assurance levels today, even though that's the ask from the committee. I think actually we need the fuller content and that time to read through the documentation properly to be able to form your view, because it's not just what you've seen as a committee over the course of the year as well. Of course, there are other mechanisms at play here in terms of the roles of the other scrutiny committees, the roles of cabinet and the executive decision making, the role of council and the totality of that. And when you look at this report and you look at the text throughout it, and you take each of the SITFA principles, what the narrative does is explain to you all these other things that we've got in place and that we've been doing. And so we need to keep this at the strategic level and understand that broader context. And this is where the corporate self-assessment is really important as well. And we're doing some work where that's been developed, and we're working with Cabinet EMT on Tuesday also. So this as well as the other, so we can look at the completeness of that. Of course, what Cabinet and EMT have received and have benefited from is going into quite some detail in terms of the service self-assessment. So every service has presented, as Catherine referred to earlier. You've not had that depth and breadth of discussion, because actually it's about proportionality and about the right level of information for, you know, we don't want to be duplicating that you then try and fulfill the role that our cabinet should be undertaking, or our EMT should be undertaking. So the point that I'm making is to spend the time reading through the documentation in full, which you've not had the opportunity to do just yet. Catherine's got additional information that needs to be added in, so that can be done and that can be sent through to you. We can also give you the updated report once we've had that conversation with Cabinet management team on Tuesday in the informal space about where we think we're at in terms of assurance levels. And then you'll be able to draw on the wider intel that you have and your experiences, and also the self-assessment process that you've done. And you may also want to think back in terms of where we were last year and where we got to in terms of our self-assessment, and how does that compare with where we're at this year. So I just thought I'd add that, Chair, because that might be helpful in terms of the wider context and understanding in order to get to a point where we can do, and it is subjective scoring. There's nothing technical. We'll be arguing over the technicalities otherwise, I'm sure, or scientific manner.
Thanks, Emma. That is helpful. That is helpful, but we won't be able to give our opinion on each of the principles today, but subject to the amount of time colleagues have, we will endeavour to give those comments to Catherine next week, and any other comments going forward. And inevitably this committee will probably have a greater volume of opinion on some of the principles than it does on others. I think there are a couple of the principles in particular that are very much the bread and butter of this committee. And I would imagine that where a principle is the bread and butter of this committee, that this committee's opinion will hold more weight than it might on principles where this committee has less activity and less interest. Catherine?
Just to add, yeah, as soon as I'm from here, you can have the updated version, so you're looking at the most up-to-date information.
That's splendid, thank you very much. Gareth wants to come in, and then Phil from Audit Wales wants to come in as well.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Jane mentioned sustainable power, so I assume that's the Reimagining's final name. Because that exercise, which is very much ongoing, could be quite profound, what I would ask for is that this committee gets updated as that evolves, because it will frame an awful lot of what we do. For example, the asset report. The asset report will go forward, as Emma said, over time, but it will be very much in the direction which will be set out by the eventual conclusions from the sustainable powers work. So I think it's quite fundamental.
Yeah, thanks. Point well made, Gareth. Thank you very much for that. Phil?
Thank you, Chair. All I was just an observation, I guess, in terms of the role of the committee. And I guess obviously the key one is the committee having an understanding of how the governance statement has been pulled together through all of the arrangements that Emma alluded to earlier on, and in pulling the statement together for what would be the 22-23 financial year is what the council are saying in their governance statement, in line with your understanding of what was in place and what was going on. When the self-assessments are completed, obviously that's going to feed in. I think it's important that the committee understands that there are processes behind what leads to the starting point of the document in terms of the views of officers, EMT, and that about where they are in the process. And I guess that the key thing is, in terms of what the committee does, when they understand the process has been gone in putting the document together, and they can see the totality and the final draft of it, is to challenge where you believe that the ratings or assurance levels that have been given are different to perhaps what your understanding would be. And it would be that challenge in terms of, well, why is it substantial, or why is it reasonable? And then, to see whether that is reasonable. So that would be just my observation, really. There's a whole process behind it, which Emma and Catherine have alluded to. The role for the committee for me would be that challenge in terms of, if your understanding of what's been put in the final document is dissimilar to what's there, to understand why.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. That's really, really helpful. And I don't know whether you were here at the beginning of corporate items on the agenda, and I don't know if Emma was here at that point either, but I did read from the Council's constitution to remind us of what our role
Yes, Chair, I've been here throughout, so yeah, thank you.
Is, and that this committee does actually have quite a significant role in overseeing the production of the statement. So thank you very much, Phil, for that reinforcement. I think for today, that is probably as much as we can reasonably do on the governance assurance the annual governance assurance statement. But Kath, if you do provide us with the most recent draft, and we'll endeavour to get back to you next week with our views, particularly on our assessment against the principles, plus anything else.
I just responded to Councillor Ange in the chat.
Oh, right, sorry.
Just to say as well, we'll send out an email address for the responses to go back to, and if any member of the committee wants to copy in the chair as well, that's fine.
That's fine. Yeah. That I think it would actually be quite helpful if all committee members copied in. Yeah. Everyone, you know, if we all shared each other's comments to Kath, because then that would give a measure of what we were collectively saying to Kath. I mean, ideally, we would have had time to put together a team response, but in terms of the time constraints, we'll share them with you, and then but make sure that we all know what each other are saying to Kath. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Moving on then to the corporate complaints report.
And Helen Dolman is in the room.
It's here a wee minute
She's
ago.
here, and Emma, so I think it's both taking the lead on that one, Chair.
Yep. Emma, do you want to kick off, or is Helen kicking off?
Yeah, if I may, Chair, I'd like to start firstly with an apology. I picked up on the emails in the week, because I think this was one of the items that was scheduled. Then you were informed that it wouldn't be available, and here we are today, and this is why I've agreed to present the paper to the committee. I'm afraid Councillor Jake and Diane Reynolds, so Diane, the head of digital and economy, she's representing the local authority at CJC meeting today, so unfortunately she couldn't bring the paper, hence I offered to speak to the paper to yourselves with the support of Helen, who will have more of the detail behind this. Firstly, I'd like to just bring to the committee's attention, this would be the first corporate complaints report that you've received. When I took on the responsibility for this area, it dawned on me following the pandemic, actually, there hadn't been any reports that had come through specifically on this. There were separate social services reports on complaints and separate one around ombudsman led by legal, but actually in terms of corporate complaints, the committee hadn't received reports, and therefore this report covers the 2-year period and the duration of the pandemic. So the reporting period is the 1st November 2020 to the 31st of October 2021, and then the 1st November 2021 to the 31st of October 2022. And as I said, during the pandemic, the council didn't report, and therefore these are delayed, hence why you've not received these previously. So the information provided refers to the corporate complaints. It does not include those complaints made in relation to social care or information rights regimes, as they're covered under their own accord in separate reports. So you receive those under separate cover. Currently, the outcome of a complaint is reported as being either upheld, not upheld, or partially upheld. And there's also the requirement now in terms of lessons learned, because it's all very well having complaints, but actually the important point, one is that we resolve them, but secondly that we learn from them, and so that's why there was a delay in the first place in respect of gathering this report before yourselves, because when Helen took this on and did the first report for the committee, I said, well, where's the lessons learned? It's really important that we understand that, and we can see about how that's helping us with our progressive and our continuous improvement. The so the report was delayed to allow us to obtain the lessons learned information. And section 4, you've got the breakdown of the complaints and the percentages of those dealt with within timescales, out of timescales, and the percentage of those that were upheld, not upheld, or partially upheld, or even those that no longer merited or discontinued in terms of the process. What we found with the work that Helen and the team have undertaken, there are some themes that we've drawn out in terms of the corporate complaints with the information that we were able to obtain from heads of service. And those themes relate to reviewing or the need to improve processes, training required, so staff training. There was a theme around the resources that were available, or maybe insufficient resources available. Communication issues such as clarity, the time taken, tone and content in terms of our responses, lack of information provided, and also customer expectations. But what we found is that we need to further develop the lessons learned approach to meet the standards that I certainly expect. And so the team now, in terms of moving forward, are incorporating the ability to capture the lessons learned, I'd say more appropriately corporately, rather than just sitting with heads of service, that we would look to put in place recommendations made to prevent further and similar complaints. So we understand what those are and that we can track those going forward, and that we would then look to track the implementation of those recommendations that we put forward. So in conclusion, there was a 38% increase in complaints from the 1st of November 21 to the 31st of October 22 against those that were reported in 2020. November 2020 to October 2021. Complaints in respect of the housing maintenance that were previously addressed by HOUPS are now included in the corporate complaints data. However, these do not account for the increase in isolation. So the greatest increase was in highways, transport and recycling. And I think, if I remember correctly, and Helen will tell me if I've got this incorrect, was more around the recycling, and I think the misbin collection, because we had some staffing problems with being able to have the drivers basically to undertake the service. And then also the school service, we did experience a considerable increase there. So moving forward, we are now in a position whereby the system will enable the recording of the lessons learned from the complaint by the investigation officers by early summer. We will enable the recording of recommendations, the implementation of such to prevent similar complaints by early autumn, and we will develop new reporting mechanisms for the service area. So this is our progressive approach and strengthening our understanding and the action that we take. And the final point is the recommendation that you note the contents of the report and the increase of corporate complaints from November 2020 to October 2022. And if the committee have any detailed queries, Helen was the author of the report on our behalf, and Helen is here to try and answer any questions that the committee may have. If there's more detailed questions that are service specific, we probably have to take those away and reach out to the services direct to answer those. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Emma. I'll just open the floor to colleagues for questions. And Councillor Peake.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thank you, Emma. Pleased to hear your response there about the learning lessons point, because I agree with you. I think that's vitally important to make sure that we don't repeat the same mistake and that risks are identified. So the only point I just wanted to make was I was looking at 6.2 in the report with a couple of bullets there, and I wondered if we could also make sure that as part of capturing the lessons learned, etc., if we could make some reference there to liaising with the risk officer, so as perhaps they could look at those lessons learned to assess if there's any risks in there as well. Thank you.
Good suggestion. We can take that on board, Helen, can't we?
Yeah.
Thank you for that suggestion.
I've noted that.
Any other questions or comments? Or John?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, if I could just go into the figures which appear alarming for highways, transport and recycling. I think possibly it's high, that high because of the degree of interface with the constituents. But the working group have looked into this and into the systems of recording these complaints. And I think although the impact of the change in the system might actually increase the level of complaint, it's certainly going to improve the outcomes for the people at large, for the people of powers at large, because I think they're going to be handled in a much better way in future. And I think that's the conclusion of the working group as a whole, and that'll be reflected in the report that we eventually put out to the committee.
Thanks very much, John. I think that's a real positive. It's a positive for the service and a positive in respect of complaints, and it demonstrates the impact of our small working group.
It's very much a demonstration of the way in which the service engaged with the working group.
Absolutely.
And it was very well received.
It was really,
Thank-
really good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, William, thank you.
Chair, just to endorse very strongly what the chair of our working group has just said. I've been really struck by the sincerity and the seriousness with which the senior officers reflecting on the situation where we've previously found ourselves. There's a real grittiness about their commitment to acting upon this. And I think in some ways, I mean, in fact, it's been stated in some of our sessions that the level of complaints in a perverse way is actually reassuring, because it means that people still think that we're capable of better. Yeah. They aren't ground down to just shrugging their shoulders and say, well, what do you expect? That there's actually an expectation there. But obviously the critical point, as the chair has said, and my colleagues on the working group would agree, is on how that's then delivered. But I endorse this comment very strongly.
Thanks very much, Councillor William. It really does seem to have had an impact, and the team have engaged really, really positively. Has to be said. Any other comments or questions on the complaint report? Okay, we are just about on 1 o'clock. We are a wee bit behind time. I'm going to suggest that we break now and reconvene at 20 past. If you're agreeable, reconvene, and then we'll do the 4 swap items, then safeguarding, and then the deep dive. Apologies for the timing going a bit awry, but I think we've had some decent discussions on some very significant agenda items. Yeah, it was always going to be right. Thank you very much. Let's try to start promptly at 20 past. Thanks very much, everyone. So,
It's Councillor Chris.
No. Okay, thanks very much, colleagues. We'll make a start to our afternoon session, and we'll start with the swap items. We've got 4 swap items, internal audit items. So we'll start with the internal audit plan. And I'll ask Ian to introduce the plan.
Thank you, Chair. It's just, I should say, it's good to be here today in person and to see you all. So that's a pleasant surprise for me. I'm going to present item 11 today, which is on the internal audit plan for 23-24. So I will ask committee today to obviously look at the report, and ultimately I'm going to ask you to approve the annual plan and to also approve the internal audit charter. So I guess key questions from your perspective should be around, are the areas of coverage sufficient and appropriate, and does the plan cover the key risks and priorities of the council? So those are the things you want to consider during my report. So if I can draw members' attention to page 137 of the large agenda pack. And I will talk about SWAP's approach to planning. Now, when I'm doing the internal audit plan, there are a number of factors that would have an impact on that. And the key ones would be drivers such as the corporate objectives of the council. And as you know, we're looking at stronger, fairer, greener at the moment. So I'm considering those objectives. I'm looking at strategic risks and operational risks. And I can see those through the council's risk management system. So I have direct access to that. I'm considering the wider SWAP universe. So as part of SWAP, there are 22 local authority partners. So I'm looking at what they've got on their risk registers. I'm also looking at what's in the wider sector itself. We do a piece of work where we review all of the risks across the sector, and that feeds into the plan. The other areas that I consider are things that I call the healthy organisation, and it's those core systems that a council needs to have to maintain its healthy delivery of its services. It's a lot of back office services, but those are called the healthy organisation core principles. I'm looking at the work of other assurance providers. So our colleagues in Wales Audit, Estin, and the Care Inspectorate. And I'm liaising with officers. I meet with officers. We sent out questionnaires last year to both officers, and we sent one to members of the audit committee as well, asking the areas that they should be considered going in the internal audit plan. I look at the fraud risk assessment that we've done. So we assess the risk of fraud in areas of the council, and I look to make sure that we have work programmed where there is higher risk of fraud occurring in the council, and likewise IT risk. And then finally, I look at the knowledge that I have and my team has during 30 years of experience in internal audit, and trying to have a knowledge of the authority. So I bring that in as well. So that's the approach. On page 140, there's a risk assessment there. And I won't go into it in any detail, but it's a summary risk assessment of the key areas that we feel are relevant. There's the local part of that is obviously the issues that are affecting Powys directly, regional and more Welsh issues, and then national, obviously, as it says. What you will find in that risk assessment, there are sometimes risks duplicating many of those areas, and that's quite natural to see. Clearly, the risks of Powys are also similarly the risks to Wales and the risks of the country at the moment. So that's not surprising, and in fact, it adds credibility to that assessment, I guess, in a way. So on page 141 of the pack, I reflect on the coverage, and that in particular looks around the corporate priorities we have in place under Stronger, Fairer, Greener, and those corporate priorities being obviously awareness and access, employment, and poverty and equality. I am waiting for more granularity around some of the actions that are coming out of that plan at the moment. So this piece of work is drawn from the bigger principles of what that plan looks like. As we get granularity around the details of that plan, that will also drive into this planning process. I mean, I should say the planning process is a continual operation. It's live. It should be live. It's flexible, and it should flex and twist to the changes in the authority and changes in the environment. So we will, when we have that information, we'll look at that and we'll make sure that's properly reflected in the plan. And then on the right hand side, I'm looking at the areas of core assurance, which are all good. So we are covering the core areas, and I believe that we over the course of last year, this year, and next year will have reasonable coverage on those areas to give you assurance. So if I move to page 142 of the report, I identified the key risks not covered. It's one of my responsibilities to say where we won't be doing any audit work. And in terms of the strategic risks, we won't be doing any work directly covering the nature emergency, and we won't be doing any work directly covering the pandemic. Now, that doesn't mean to say we won't do any work. There might be some work on the periphery that we might cover, but we're not specifically linking it to those key risks at the moment. And also on that page, there are the resources. And this year we plan to deliver, or we are going to deliver 675 days worth of resource to deliver this plan. So then if I take you to the detail of the plan, it's on page 144 in Appendix 1, and those are the plan details. On the left-hand side, you've got basic information about it's the assignment name, the sponsor, and the work type. In the middle, it's a color-coded list of the reasons that we've selected these audits. So in there's direct linkage to all of those factors that I've mentioned earlier. And then on the far side, there's a basic narrative about what the work's going to cover, and it is only basic. So that plan at the moment, as I bring it to today, we've got in the planned in progress section, we've got 197 equivalent days of work. We've got a waiting to go live plan of 162 days. And then in the pipeline, which is the next section, so that's the work that comes as we deliver work, then things fall in there into that from the pipeline. We've got 406 days. And I think the key thing I'd say about the pipeline is that it offers us, so, scheduling of audits can be a difficult thing at times. We're in a changeable environment. We're dealing with lots of factors. That pipeline allows us to bring things in, move things out as and when we need to, and allows us to have resilience in the way that we deliver work. If certain things get cancelled, moved, or deferred, we have that pipeline there to bring things in as swiftly as we can to make sure there's no lost days. So that's the plan part, and I'll happily take some questions after. On page 152, there's the internal audit charter, and that essentially describes the relationship between SWAP and the council. It's a requirement of the professional standards that we have a charter. It needs to be approved annually, so that's why I'm here today. And it defines that relationship, so as I say, between the council and SWAP. It sets out the reporting frameworks. It sets out many frameworks in there that we operate on, and you operate on. But one of the key aspects is around the promotion of our independence and objectivity, and it supports that objectivity and that independence. So that's my report, members. I'd ask you to approve both the plan and the charter, but I'd happily answer any questions if you've got some.
Thanks very much, Ian. Thank you. Thanks very much. I've got some points that I need to make on the draft plan. I'm still not as comfortable and confident in the plan as I would wish to be. The hesitation in my voice is because I'm trying to find the pages as I go. I'm just not sure, Ian, about opening with the pandemic required authorities to be responsive and adaptive. I don't think anyone in this room would dispute the fact that the pandemic required local authorities to be responsive and adaptive, but I'm not sure it's the opening sentence for an internal audit plan that applies to 23-24. Just a more straightforward introduction to an internal audit plan would suffice. I've already shared with Ian that I'm going to ask for the words to be removed on page 2. I think it's page 2 where there is a reference to the committee asking for a more traditional approach to planning, to audit planning. That actually feels a little pejorative to me. This committee has asked for an annual plan because it is in the local authority's constitution that this committee approves an annual plan. And I really do need to insist on that. The committee's constitution requires the approval by this committee of an annual audit plan, ensuring there is sufficient and appropriate coverage with strong emphasis on risk management resources available to implement the plan. That's the reason that we've asked for a plan, not because we want a traditional approach. And I do feel very strongly about that. We are required to do that. I would also link that statement to the draft, what's it called? Sorry, the document in the charter. The charter also says the committee, I'm trying to find a bit, the committee something about oversees the scope. Well, the committee doesn't oversee the scope. The committee approves the annual plan, and it just feels a wee bit imprecise, not fully to recognise that the committee's role in determining or approving the plan. The plan is determined by EMT and internal auditors with our input, but we have a role in approving, not which is a very particular role, and that's rather underplayed in the charter, and it's not clear in the plan. I'm also I'm still not entirely comfortable with the fact that there aren't any dates in the plan, and I do hear what you're saying, Ian, about being adaptive and agile and change, you know, not losing days and being flexible. But I do think that this committee needs assurance about what work is going to be done when, and a clear scheduled pipeline of work. And there is a pipeline, but it doesn't have any dates on it, and it doesn't have any resource allocation to it, and that, I'm afraid, still concerns me. And on the charter, and I'm failing to find the section that I want to talk about. The word reassurance is used. Yeah, I found it. Yeah, governance note. It's the bottom of the page 152 of the pack. Governance and Audit Committee. The committee is responsible for approving the scope of internal audit work. The committee is responsible for approving an annual plan, the annual plan. This also goes on to say, and obtaining reassurance from, well, we don't obtain reassurance. Assurance and reassurance actually have quite different and distinct definitions. Assurance is about evidence and about certainty and evidence, and brings confidence that systems are working. The word reassurance is to do with comfort and to prevent worry. And our role is to seek assurance, not to be reassured. And those are two really, really different things in the English language. So I'm really uncomfortable about them being muddled. The charter also leads me to reflect on the conversations that we've had about a protocol between the authority and SWAP around timescales, deadlines, service levels. So I would like to see the charter supplemented by, and that's to SWAP's benefit as well as the local authorities' benefit, because SWAP needs to know that senior officers will sign off remits and respond to draft plans and deliver the management actions. What we've described before is a partnership agreement. Doesn't have to use that language of swaps obligations to the council and council obligations to swap, so that each enables the other to best do their job. And we still need to that to be developed, and that needs to be developed in the context of this charter. So I am really keen that this committee is enabled to sign off an annual audit plan as soon as is possible. But from my position, as chair of this committee, and actually I'm going to say, and as a finance professional, I do need some work on this plan. So I've said what I need to say. I'll open the floor to other questions or comments. Jane?
Thank you, Chair. I think the plan was late being finalised. It hasn't actually been through EMT for sign off. They've had a very brief look at it, but not in any detail. So based on your feedback today, I think I would like to take that feedback with me as we, as an EMT, actually review the plan and then work with Ian to finalise something. And can I propose that we bring something back on at the next meeting? And I work with you, Chair, over that period as well to make sure that the plan is appropriate and does cover off everything that you're asking for.
I mean, I would certainly welcome that, but I don't want my view to be the only view in the room, because other colleagues who have got deep experience from other sectors and other environments may have other views than mine. Just Ian, can we just wait to see if other members have comments, please? No one's got their hand up. Two people have their hands up, William and then Gareth.
Chair, I appreciate your analysis of what stands in front of us, and given the nature of given our obligations as a committee, and given the concerns you've expressed, and some others that maybe are spoken at the moment, I think it would be very appropriate if you were to propose that it be deferred to the next meeting in line with Jane's suggestion, then I'd be very happy to second that without necessarily unpacking things just now.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor William, for that support. Gareth?
Yeah, I'd endorse what Councillor Williams just said, and hearing what Jane said about more work being done on it.
Mm-hmm.
The rigor in how the plan, the principles of how the plan is formulated through the looking at the corporate objectives, all the other factors that come into the planning process, plus the risk assessment. What isn't explicit to me is how these topics come out of that sausage machine.
Mm-hmm.
So if they, it seems a bit of a hodgepodge when you go from the canal to the theatre to the growth deal. I'm just wondering if there needs to be a few more columns based on what's going previously, which gives you more of a flow of this is to do with corporate objectives, that risk and what have you. To see how, yeah, that's the word, hierarchy, how they come out at the end.
Mm-hmm.
It's all in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just making that more explicit.
Yeah, no.
How it goes through the process.
Well, I mean, I think that would be helpful. I mean, for Ian to help us understand, but I suspect that the way it's structured at the moment is a consequence of this simply being a bit of what was previously an agile plan, where things things just went in.
Yeah.
So that's probably why it looks like. But I think we're looking for something with more structure and more rationale.
Yes, yes.
And as Councillor Williams says, hierarchy. Ian.
Thank you, Chair. You know, in my role as head of audit, you know, one of my jobs is to work absolutely with you and give you the plan that you need. I think in terms of the structure, there's probably more structure in this plan than most of the other plans that we've delivered in the past. It is in line with the kind of the swap approach, but I'm more than happy to work with you to give you the understanding and background that you need to enable you to approve the plan. In terms of the charter itself, more than happy to take feedback on that and amend the charter as necessary to work with yourself and to Jane. It's important to me. The plan of work is the way that we give you assurance, and so it's important that whilst there may be elements in there that might seem random, that I can assure you that they've all come from a place of deep analysis. But it's very difficult is to show that deep analysis on that one page. That's the difficulty of this whole process, and then to give it structure. But I'm more than happy to work with you to fulfil that need.
Thank you very much, Ian, for responding so positively. And I think it's really going to be down to you and Jane and myself to work together as best we possibly can over the next 3 weeks to get the plan to a position where we can bring it to the committee for the 28th for formal approval.
Can I suggest also, Chair, that we have that protocol in place by then as well?
Yes, yeah. And the protocol and the charter can kind of run as a sort of governance framework for the whole relationship. Yeah, right, thank you. Thanks then, Ian. So we'll just move swiftly on then to the annual opinion. I'll bring in Ian, and then Jane, can I ask you to make some remarks after Ian makes, and then I'll open up the floor to questions from the membership.
Thank you, Chair. Just give me a second just to bring it up. So this is item number 12 on the agenda, and it's the annual opinion of the internal audit annual opinion for 22-23. It's on page 133 of the agenda pack, of the supplementary agenda pack. So before I start, again, I should talk about the purpose, why am I bringing this report to you? And the purpose is to outline the work that we've undertaken during the year. It's to raise any significant concerns that I may have, and it's to then look at those mitigations and assess whether they've been employed effectively by the council. And then finally, it's considered the risk of fraud and the impact of risk management in that process as well. So the report itself starts on page 136. Oh, it starts before then, but if I draw your attention to page 136, actually. So I'm going to skip over the headlines at the moment because I'll go back to those in a minute. Page 136 looks at the 3 lines model, and it shows where internal audit is positioned in the assurance framework. What I will say is that you may have heard today, there are potentially changes in the standards for internal audit and for professional practices, and that those may have an impact on the charter and the way that we report as well, somewhat. But I'll keep you updated on those. But yes, that just reflects where we are and our position of independence. Page 138 looks at the corporate risks, and I feel that I've assessed that there are no high corporate risks. Whilst there were some risks that fell near to that category, and statutory compliance would have been one that we will consider later on today, that's been downgraded on the statutory risk on the strategic risk register. And so at the moment, I feel there are no high corporate risks, but there are areas of concern that I would want to bring to you. And those areas of concern are around the highways operation. As you know, we undertook 7 pieces of work and found concerns around the control frameworks and performance. And there was somewhat a point towards maybe some cultural issues in the service. But following the piece of work, I know there's a council management board, and there's been the audit committee working group that considered those reports and the outputs. Plus, there's going to be an internal audit follow-up in all of those 7 areas. So I am assured, at least at the moment, that we are tracking the mitigation, and I will be able to give you more of an opinion about whether that's embedded and working once we've carried out our follow-up audits. The other area of concern, two areas of concern were around adult social care. I brought to committee's attention during the course of the year 2 particular pieces of work around continuing healthcare, which identified issues around the framework really, and the dispute process, the resolution of disputes, and the deprivation of liberty safeguarding, DOLS, where the council were failing to meet some of the statutory targets around assessment and their statutory requirements. I was aware of potential changes in the legal framework that may have an impact, and that may have an impact from October onwards. But there are follow-ups. Obviously, committee heard representations from management on both those areas, and there are follow-ups in both of those areas that will give you assurance again around the delivery of those. And then the final area of concern is around housing services. And those are 2 areas that will be later. I'll address later on in the agenda, particularly around the voids. And I'm very aware that obviously there's been a transition from HOUPs to internal delivery of service during the year, but there were areas of concern around voids in terms of the ability to turn around social housing, and in terms and statutory compliance in terms of potentially risk to public health, and some issues around that. So whilst they are bordering on high risk at this moment, I deem them as significant concerns, and there will be a follow-up process. We'll hear representation today, and there'll be a follow-up process around that to support those and give you assurance in those areas. Moving on, we've looked at other areas of assurance. So we've recognised the work of the Care Inspectorate Wales, Ested, and the Wales Audit. So we've looked at their work to make sure it's aligning with our work. And in general, follow-up has mostly been positive, certainly in terms of the recommendations and the implementations of the actions. That's positive. I appreciate the picture at the moment is somewhat stagnated because we are moving to a new system, which the council will have shortly. But certainly at the end of the year, which this period is for, that position was positive. Page 141 looks at the fraud risk. And during the course of the year, we've carried out a baseline maturity assessment. So we've looked at where the council are positioned against a number of key indicators I think it's in the Protecting Public Finance report. And it shows some improvement. I think there are still some areas to go, but we'll work closely with the fraud team to improve those. But I think the major issues have been addressed. Then also looked at risk management. As you know, we did a piece of audit work, which found the risk management system to be reasonable assurance, and I think I can reference improvements in that process. I think committee have referenced today that maybe there is still some work that may need to be done to embed that, but generally I think again the outcomes of the report were positive. There was reasonable assurance. Page 142 looks at the value for money side of it and picks up 4 key areas: analytics, process, project and benchmarking. That indicates some work that we've done in those areas that will cover VFM. VFM touches on every piece of audit work to a certain degree, and not just those. And certainly we would consider VFA as part of the scoping process, but particularly where there's budget and procurement involved in pieces of work. Page 143 looks at the outcomes. And if you look at the outcomes of our internal audit work, we have 85% of the audit opinions that are positive, and 15% of the audit work that is a limited assurance opinion. Those figures are in line with other local authorities, and and is part of the normal improvement process of a complex and a complex organisation such as a council. Page 145 talks about quality briefly, and we for every piece of audit work we get feedback, and during the course of the year we have had 100% feedback saying that our work meets expectation or exceeds expectation in terms of the value that it's adding. And then finally, page 146 is a list of the work, and the outcomes. So just to recap, if I go back to the headlines. Headlines are 62 reviews complete in the year, 3 areas of concern, but no high corporate risks that would indicate significant failure within the authority. Reasonable coverage across the strategic risks, which are being reinforced in the plan. I'm comfortable with where we are in terms of fraud and risk management, and we're building those relationships. But in general, the council is mitigating the risk. So overall, I've given a reasonable opinion that there's sound systems of governance, risk management and control, but there are some issues that need to be mitigated. Any questions?
Thanks very much. I'll ask you to come in.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ian. The report obviously sets out all the areas that have enabled Ian to form his opinion. It is Ian's opinion as the internal auditor. It is not the council's opinion that we're looking at here, it is that of the internal auditor. However, that being said, it's important that the opinion here is recognised as what we see within the council, and I think the assessment here is fair. I think based on the coverage and the information that Ian's included in the report, I believe that reasonable opinion is appropriate for where we are as an organisation. Again, we did receive this quite late. It's not been through EMT. I have shared it with the Chief Executive, and we've been through it, and that is both of our assessments in terms of this. So we're comfortable with the opinion as it stands. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Oh gosh, sorry. Well, I didn't have my microphone on, so only the people in the room could hear me. So people online might not know I was inviting questions. Anyone online have a question for Ian or Jane on the annual audit, internal audit opinion? It feels to me that perhaps in light of Jane's comments that there are currently no questions. In which case we will move on to the two reports, the two housing services reports. Okay. Thank you.
SWAP have undertaken two reports, and those have both been referenced in the annual opinion. Those reports are both in the housing services, and I'm hoping that that Andy's going to be here, come along today to respond to those. If I just give you a brief outline of where we are in terms of the key points. The first one on housing voids was a follow-up review, which picked up on the progress of work carried out in a previous report that we carried out in 2020. I think in terms of the issues that we found, and sometimes it doesn't particularly jump out of the report, I must say, because it talks about some of the follow-ups. This is agenda item 13 for members. But when I look at some of the issues that come out, the fundamental ones are a failure somewhat to turn void properties round promptly. There are targets, and there's a failure to do that, which is important given the requirement for social housing. And in part, this may have been somewhat related to data and the way that and the transfer of operations from house to Kia. The other area is around, I think, some of the data itself and the systems that hold those data. That data, I think, from an audit perspective, we're very much data driven in terms of how we make some of our opinions these days. And there were numerous sets of data that were slightly conflicting somewhere. The data that we actually used to carry out the audit was quite old data. And so I'm hoping that Andy can give you more of an update on where the housing void situation currently stands. But those are the main two issues, Chair.
Thanks very much. Done again. Thanks very much, Ian. Andy, do you want to come in and add anything to Ian's comments and to give the committee an update as to where you are with the recommendations?
Okay, so we're looking at item 13. Okay, just to confirm, because these two. Okay, this audit relates to 2019-2020 when void works were being undertaken in their entirety by HALPS, a private sector company controlled by Kia. That included the commissioning of any subcontractors to undertake void works. Since July 2022, all void works are now managed and increasingly delivered by our own workforce. They're managed by housing services. There's a recommendation that more work is carried out with the contractors to ensure that void works are completed on target. Since July 2022, an increasing proportion of works being undertaken directly using our own workforce. Target dates are managed by the area maintenance leads, so they actually manage the staff who are doing the works themselves, and they're responsible for those teams. Since July 2022, the average time for void works has reduced from 165 days to 84 days. Still a long way to go, but I think you'll agree quite a major improvement. For each void property, that represents a reduction in void rent loss of £1,248 per void. We have 450 voids a year on average, so as we progress through, we will reduce the void rent loss. It also means we're turning homes round quicker for people registered with Homes and Powers for social housing. There are 4,800 people registered for social housing at the moment. So these void turnarounds are decreasing, and we are confident there will be further savings in time lost as our new operatives join the service. That was approved by full council, as you know, about 3 weeks ago. The next recommendation relates to housing surveyors. There were no targets introduced for housing surveyors until, I think, 2019-2020 when I introduced them. Pre-inspections are improving from the 90% reported. It's currently at 95% of void pre-inspections carried out within 10 working days of the keys being received from the outgoing tenant. We haven't had that team up to full capacity in the last 12 months, and that's a pretty cool achievement, and we are in the process of recruiting to fill the final jobs in that team, and we will get to 100%. And the final recommendation on item 14 was that a documented business continuity plan be produced in the event of a sudden failure of a major contractor. The major contractor was HALPS. We don't have a major contractor now. The work we do contract out is contracted out to a range of small contractors. So since the audit was completed, we no longer rely upon a major contractor for void works. The work is, as I say, now delivered primarily by internal teams, and soon it will be pretty much all the work. But as you can see from the report, and I do see it is in, I'm looking at void report. I haven't got it in colour, I'm afraid, but it was in green when I printed it off in colour yesterday. The continuity plan was completed and was kept in place until such time as we brought this work back in-house. So those are the recommendations that I've got, and my copy of the report regarding voids. So back to you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Andy. I'll simply open for any questions or points of clarification to the membership of the committee. Councillor Peat.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, just listening to Andy's point there about comparing apples with apples, I guess, with Houps and us subsequently taking this over. I just wanted to seek a little bit of clarification on the sentence that says the follow-up audit has found the majority of actions are still in progress. How many of those actions on it? Because I guess these are just the 3 headlines in here, and how significant are those?
Can I defer to Ian? If you could answer that bit, please, because I've got the final report that was you shared with me, and I'm just trying to find that.
There were only 3 actions in the original report, and you must remember the original report was done at a time where the delivery of this was through Houps. The follow-up report was carried out on the transitional period between Houps and delivery of the internal services. So in answer to your question, simple answer, 1's been completed and there are 2 that are still in progress. And the 2 that are in progress are around about the improvement of the void turnaround time and
pre-inspections, Ian.
Yeah. Pre-inspections, there, Andy help me out. So those are the 2 that are still in progress as far as when we did this piece of work, that was the position at that time.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. And yeah, I suppose it's just when you see the phrase majority of actions, whether or not there's a bit about draft in there, whereas perhaps it should just say there are 2 actions still in progress or something. And then the other bit, and again, we've touched upon it before, is it says there are issues with the data that was provided. So is this now the 3rd instance of data across the council? What's the word I'm looking for? Not being in satisfactory position when it's provided to us. So, and unfortunately, I forgot, Chair, to ask Bets that risk when we did that. But yeah,
just to enlighten Ian, and can we put that down as an action point? Councillor Pete's earlier point about data integrity and data accuracy, that we were going to ask Bets if there was anything in the risk register about the wider corporate implications. We could have that as an action point. When sorry, Ian, just to update you on Councillor Pete's, there's a few areas that Governance and Audit Committee have come across over its work in the past few months where data integrity and the accuracy of data has been an issue, and you'll obviously be aware of the transport and highways issues that we had. We've got this report, and we earlier today we considered our Audit Wales report on planning services where the same thing came up. And so I think what we're just beginning to explore is there a theme here about data integrity and the accuracy of data? And so I think probably, what we're probably, is that something that your work notices or not?
If I could, well, I can respond to that, Chair. In the plan, there's a data maturity assessment. So that will involve looking at the work of the insurance providers, but it will also look at engaging with the authority to see how they regard data and how they treat data and having that feedback. So that will give you the authority's policy position and hopefully a snapshot of where that data maturity is at the moment within the council.
That's quite helpful, and I think I don't know what lead officer will be responsible for signing off the scope of that internal audit, but certainly I think on the basis of this committee's discussions over the last few months, one of the things that we would be interested in from that piece of work would be quality assurance of data, and how in any data system there is that kind of ring of defence and quality assurance. Because I think, Jane, I don't want to embarrass you, but you had that little incident as well with those payments, and it was actually a systems and a data thing that caused that glitch as well. So there's something about quality assurance and grabbing the mistakes before they leak into the real world. So I think we'd be interested in that kind of theme. So if you could make note of that and discuss that kind of quality assurance angle with whoever signs off the scope of that one going forward. So Andy, sorry, we've diverged a wee bit from the core business of the internal audits that you're interested in, but are there any other questions on the voids internal audit, or I'll ask Ian to take us to the statutory compliance one. Oh, sorry, William.
Chair, not so much a question as a very brief comment, and that is that the findings of this report that we're about to sign off accord very much with my own experience as a ward councillor. I know there's limited benefit to having anecdotal feedback, but nevertheless, when I see it marrying up both in terms of the dark days and the significant ongoing improvement, because we're not there yet, there are one or two particular properties that took such an absurd amount of time to turn around that they became reputationally harmful for the council. Those have been subject to particular study and obviously the lessons have learned and been learned there. We are moving in the right direction, but we need to keep that momentum up. I'd like to thank Andy and the portfolio holder for their input and direction on that. I think clearly the move away from House has been critical in that, but also this move towards a greater culture of a kind of form of civic and corporate pride in the function. And I've seen that, and I'm keen to work with that, and I'm sure colleagues across the council are as well.
Well, thanks very much, Councillor William, for making that point. It is really important. And I mean, what was in my head as you were saying that was a sense of team prowess, which perhaps had been lost through the House experience. Councillor Matthew Dorrance is with us. Sorry, Matthew, I should have welcomed you earlier. And I did want to give you the opportunity to add to this discussion should you wish. You're welcome to come in now if you want, or wait till after the statutory compliance item. It's entirely up to you.
Thanks, Chair. If I could just briefly make a couple of comments in relation to voids, if you'd allow me. We found the swap report really helpful, actually, to help shine a light on where we need to improve. We are realistic about the challenge, and I think we've got to understand we have a considerably older stock than perhaps we would like. Not being able to build for decades has meant that our stock condition has been deteriorating, and having gone and seen some of the voids that we have in the county, I am more aware now of the condition that they come back in, and some do require significant work in order to make them fit for habitation. We have made significant progress against this, so we've set it as a priority. We've also introduced measures around rent loss into our quarterly performance meetings. So we are focused on driving this issue to ensure that we've got a good supply and a regular supply of homes. And the team have done really well. I think we've seen a reduction since July last year of around 81 days in the void turnaround period, and that is really good progress. And of course we think that's delivered a saving to the council, or an increase in rent that's collected, of around £570,000. So clearly we're going in the right direction, but there is much more for us to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much for joining us, Councillor Matthew. Much appreciated. And thank you, Councillor William, for those positive remarks earlier. Ian, do you want to introduce the review of statutory compliance audit, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's the second audit I'm bringing to your attention today, and it's around the statutory compliance that the authority, or the responsibility the authority have to make sure that all burning appliances, smoke alarms, items like that are inspected properly and regularly. So our audit found that from the data that we collected, that approximately there's 5,500 properties that were due to be inspected as part of the statutory compliance programme. We found that approximately 10% they failed to carry out inspections for roughly 10% of those properties. So we're looking at roughly 550 per annum, which means that clearly that's potentially a risk to public health. So I feel it's right that I bring that to your attention. We spoke about data quality issues. certainly, I think there were some data quality issues here again around understanding what the overall picture looked like. And I think probably underlying that, I'm not sure that the systems and processes that are currently in place support the production of that data and the information that the service needs to have a proper view of the position at the time. So those are the main issues I feel that come out of this report. It's around the failure to undertake the statutory inspections in 10% of the occasions, and it's the data and the systems to support the delivery of the service.
Thanks very much, Ian, and I'll just catch Councillor Peate's eye and note that data is again an issue, and the confidence that we can have in the data. But I'll ask Andy if he would like to respond and give us some assurance about what the team is doing to address the issues raised in the audit.
Okay, thank you, Chair. This is agenda item 14. If I go through this in a similar way, Council Rules Housing Repairs Maintenance Policy was dated May 2017. A review is overdue, and the requirement was that policies are reviewed, version control to be added. Once that was all done, get it onto the corporate policy repository. When complete, target date September 2023. We will achieve that. The policy is currently being refreshed. This is taking into account the impact of the Renting Homes Wales Act, which went live in December 2022. That introduced changes for all landlords in respect of asset management and maintenance. So one of the things there, for example, is that the right to repair has gone. And the other thing we've been anticipating is the rollout of the new Welsh Housing Quality Standard, known as WHQS2. The policy remains current, so we will refresh it there, but we have not yet had the launch of Welsh Housing Quality Standard 2. So that would likely impact on the change of the policy, and we haven't had definitive guidance from the Welsh Government. So I will say yes, the policy does need a review, but at the moment we're going to refresh it because we may need to undertake some fairly fundamental changes once we know the nature of whatever the Welsh Housing Quality Standard will be in the future. Processes have been reviewed, because they're slightly different than policy, but processes have been reviewed to give members assurance to take account of the changes in service delivery introduced in July 2022, which is when we introduced direct provision of repairs and maintenance. So the risk, I noticed in the report, the risk of people working without guidance in respect to processes informed by policy is low. The policy is we would undertake certain repairs at a certain time. Now we do it ourselves rather than help to do it. So, there were no changes in policy needed to accommodate that change in delivery at this time. What we have learned, of course, though, is since doing this work in-house since July, the refresh will be able to consider whether or not we do need policy changes. Now we're actually doing the work ourselves, you can actually appreciate and understand it more. So that refresh may make some tweaks to the policy. And as I say, we do need to consider this Welsh Housing Quality Standard. The refresh will be completed by September 2023 this year. It will go in the corporate policy repository, but it is likely and possible in the next couple of years we will review and probably make more fundamental changes to the policy. If I turn to data management, the notes were no specific piece of software used to store all statutory compliance details in one place, and a backlog of data had not been recorded. And the actions were to undertake a review for all aspects of the compliance system, and then establish a new process for all to follow. Look at the interim use of technology forge, that's the system that corporate property use for schools and what have you, and to implement a new ICT system by 2025-26. And the target date is March 2024, I think, to achieve the first two of those and be ready to achieve the third. Absolutely, I think we have had problems with knowledge and information management. It is a management priority this year, now that we've got the service back in-house, and also right across the whole of housing services. One of the things we need to do is make sure that everyone recognises and acts accordingly on the importance of keeping data up to date. We had a report that if people have seen it, it came out in May from the Housing Ombudsman, stressing the need to manage data, and that has been circulated by our management team, and we are taking that forward. If I can look at our current ICT systems, when they were put in place in I think it was 2016, 2017, the council did not directly provide compliance. That work was going to be undertaken by HALPS. So we didn't actually have our own sort of effective compliance system. In preparation for July 2022, we bought an appropriate module for repairs and maintenance and compliance, and it was ready and available to use in June of 2022. So it has been a bit of a learning exercise to do that. We are now specifying new ICT infrastructure with a planned introduction of 2025-2026. It's going to take us about a year to specify it. So I've instructed that it is, we work back from people doing the work. So we work back from the heating engineer servicing a boiler. We work back from the housing officer meeting with a tenant. We work back from the development officer appraising a piece of land. And you work back and design the IT system from that rather than the other way around. And a critical thing I've asked for is to make it as efficient as possible to use, because our systems can be clunky. And, you know, if you don't make the systems easy to use, no excuse, but people do, you know, with 250 people, you do get workarounds. That specification will be complete by March 2024, because we have to go out to procurement to get that ready for 2025. And that, as we all know, is a big process in itself. We have had to transfer data related to compliance from the two systems used by HALPS and Kier. They used a system called Servitor. They then changed to a system called Concept. We've had to transfer that data to our own systems. Neither of those two systems ever interface properly with our own sort of housing management records. We spent an inordinate amount of time trying to get them to work. We never got any feedback from the other side. So the process of transferring legacy data was not able to start in earnest until July 2022. There have been a number of anomalies in the data that was used by HALPS and ourselves. And, you know, we have full responsibility to put that right, and we will. The data is now being cleansed, and the accuracy of data held is getting better. It's certainly getting better since Ian's audit. As part of we did a full redesign of housing services that came into effect in March 2022. And for the first time in housing, we had a formal compliance and quality assurance team in place. We did not have that before then. That built upon an interim project called Compliance 100, which was launched in 2020 to improve compliance all round, because we were weak. And I'll freely admit that, but we got it a lot better. Quality assurance of our compliance is maintained now by no notice inspections of the work of the team by the Housing Quality Network, and we report monthly to Welsh Government. Both Nina and myself, director, and myself had to meet with Welsh Government to share with them what we're doing about compliance. I'd just like to note here that the Welsh Government now considers Powys to be an exemplar in terms of compliance. They use us as an example for other landlords. And our Housing Compliance and Quality Assurance team are to prepare a presentation of our journey to get to where we are now, to present to other local authorities and registered landlords under the auspices of the Welsh Government in autumn 2023. Yeah, we've been open and honest. We freely admit we dropped the ball. We've improved it. Part of that is bringing it back in-house. The other part is establishing and diverting resources within the housing revenue account to having a compliance and quality assurance team. And we don't mark our own homework. You know, Housing Quality Network come in. There's a long way to go to get, you know, where we are, but I'll give some statistics later on, which hopefully will show you where we are. If we turn now to data quality, there are inconsistencies with regards to the number of properties in asset registers and servicing schedules. And the actions were to put a heating servicing contractor in place. We are considering weekend working to deal with non-access, because you do have, some people don't let you into their homes and you have to get court orders to get in. Overdue services were to be addressed, the service registers and masters list were to be aligned, and a resource was to be deployed to cleanse data and align records. Critical, not just because of the recommendations of the audit, but for our new system, we simply have to have the right data going into it. We all know the expression about computers, rubbish in, rubbish out. We're not having rubbish going in. So, stock condition survey, we did explain when we met with Ian. We've never had 100% stock condition survey undertaken in Powys. I've done it at a previous authority I worked for. We were going to do that in 2024-25. We have brought that forward to commission it at the back end of this year. We've got to spec it up. But what we need to have is an up-to-date and definitive understanding of all our assets, including their attributes. You know, what kitchens have they got in, what heating systems have they got in, held and managed. That survey will be underway by March 2024. If I just give some comments, as I say, we've got the stock condition survey there. A project officer is now being recruited to this summer to manage that. I signed off on that post this week. It's a big piece of work, as I'm sure you can imagine. Survey 5,500 properties, you know, all of which are, well, all bar a few voids, are tenanted. You know, it's not like a school when we can just walk in and do it. We have to liaise with residents. I've also signed up for a data analyst. Again, that'll be recruited now to provide that capacity and capability to make sure that knowledge and information management is prioritized, managed and audited. You know, random checks. Are you updating your records? You know, got to be on, you know, I trust my people, but, you know, if they've got 6 void inspections to do in a day, they're human. They're like the rest of us, you know, but I still want it done. The heating servicing contract is due to go out to tender this summer. We tried 4 times last year to recruit our own heating engineers. That was the only area we couldn't recruit people for. So that will be going out. The legal process for non-access, because that's one of the issues I think that causes the shortage of services. We've reduced that by 1/3 in terms of the letters and stuff we send, so we can get people into the courts to get that legal consent to gain entry more quickly. You know, there are sometimes very legitimate reasons why people don't want us to go in their home, and I'm afraid sometimes there are what you might call not quite so legitimate reasons. And as part of the new infrastructure, we are starting to do those service registers and master lists. Ian mentioned the number of overdue properties. We've gone from 585 in July 2022 to 256 in May 23. Okay, total number of properties out of date, 256. The only properties we have to statutorily inspect and service are properties fired by gas. 83 of those are out of date and in the non-access process. That's the lowest figure since we started recording data over 15 years ago. That's decreased from 258 gas properties in February, which I think is when Ian's team did their field work, down to 83. We do service other heating systems regularly, even though we don't have to by law, but we do it anyway, because it's good to know what they're like. Air source heat pumps, 48, one property in non-access process. Unvented cylinders, 7. We've got 44 oil systems, 8 are in the non-access. The rest actually now have appointments booked. You know, we have people really, I don't know, hassling people to let us in to do the work. I'm sorry, I hope that doesn't sound bad, hassle, you know, pounding the phones and knocking on doors. All the solid, we still have a few solid fuel. The 46 have appointments booked through the summer months. We do have 28 solar systems, and we check those, not so much around health and safety, but to make sure they're working right. Smoke alarms and carbon monoxide detectors, 74 out of date, the majority of which are linked to the non-access list above, but overall compliance as of the 31st of May for that is 99%. So I will, you know, in conclusion, we have a lot to do on data management. We will get it right, you know, I guarantee that, but, you know, there we go. So back to you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Andy. Thank you very much for that extremely comprehensive response and briefing on the activity in the service in response to this internal audit. Really helpful. I've got one area of inquiry myself, but I'll open it up to the floor first. Councillor Pete.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, thanks, Andy. I guess first question I was just a more of a general one, I think, is looking at the policy that's not been looked at since 2017. I understand your explanation, Andy, is across the board as an organisation. Do we have in place annual policy reviews to at least say all policies have been looked at and there's no changes? That was the general point. The other point, and I won't bang on too much about data and data quality because I understand what you've said, Andy, about data cleansing. But I guess just my worry when I see discrepancies between a master list and another list, I just wonder what happens to the missing properties. But I guess I think if I understood you correctly, the stock condition survey will identify all the houses that we have. And I guess my question would be, I assume that would then be compared back to what our existing records are, which I assume is the master list, and any discrepancies investigated to just make sure a house or something hasn't gone missing, and whatever implications there may be off the back of that. Thank you.
Okay, well, the first part is policy. Each policy has a refresh date. So when a policy is agreed, policy has to be approved by Cabinet or Council, depending on the nature of the policy. There's a refresh date. And that's agreed at the time. Sadly, I think a number of those have slipped in housing services, so we are reviewing them. They have, through the corporate repository, I get reminders, you know, and I've had some this week. This policy is out of date, so we're getting those up to date. They're not reviewed automatically every year. Sometimes they're reviewed when they need to be. So we have made amendments, as you may recall, from past cabinets to Homes in Powis, the allocations policy. Others, it's when the refresh date, and yes, we do need to get much more on top of that. And I think it's not just housing, but you know, I'm responsible for housing, so we do need to get on top of that. As regard the master list and the service list, I think the glitch there is we have a master list because other people have been doing our services and using their own systems. That's probably where the glitch is. Well, you're absolutely right. A stock condition survey will give us that 100%. We will compare and contrast, and we will find out. I don't think we're missing whole properties. I hope not, you know, but you're absolutely right, and we need to get that better. But once we've got one database, once you're not using ours and then transferring it to somebody else to do, it should, you know, less links in the chain, I think, is a well-worn hackneyed expression I use a lot of the time. You know, less links in the chain can't break. But you're right, Councillor Roberts, yeah, we do need to get that better, and we are. And I think comparing and contrasting, once we get that stock conditions, will resolve that. To be fair, it's being cleansed now, and you know, it's not like we didn't know the properties. My gosh, why isn't that on that list? We know about that, as it should be. But I hope that answers your question.
And anyone else? Andy? The question I had was about the new system that's scheduled for implementation in 25-26. And it was my original question was really about the timing, but I'm happier with the timing, having heard what you said about the job. But what I was curious about was when you said that you were going right back down through the sort of the food chain, as it were. Because what I was keen to understand was, would there be a process mapping exercise undertaken linked to the new system, so that any processes, so that there were process improvements made to manual processes before the processes were digitized, so that you make the efficiencies before you digitize? That's
yeah. I think I can answer that, because when we prepared for, you know, bringing these services back in-house, we did do a process. Everything, you know, from when Mrs. Smith rings up with a repair to her bathroom, when we go and do it, and we did cut out a fair chunk of stages then. What you said is exactly what I want to do. You know, Mrs. Smith rings in, how does the plumber know what they get? But then you go back, and what does the plumber need to know? All right, I need to take these components, get them out of stores or get down to juice and stick them on the van and go, and I know I'm going to need that. We're working back from that. We'll probably have 2 or 3 systems interrelated, because my experience tells me that no one housing management system is perfect for tenancy management, income recovery, repairs and maintenance, and asset management. Nobody's cracked it yet, even companies the size of Capita. But going back to basics like that, we can simplify it. And you're absolutely, you know, I want to cut out the paperwork. So we're all doing void inspections on a PDA. I think that's like a not a laptop, I think tablet. And when I started, it was like duplicate books and stuff. You know, you didn't have schedule of rates on your system. You had a big book on your desk that you had to look through for 1 square meter of plastering, you know. But it will be, and you know, yeah, it's a big piece of work, but I want to get it so it's done. But I want to make it simple. I really want to cut out the flim flam. You know, it's a bit like cell phones. We all have them. We use 10% of their capacity. So why are we paying for the other 90%?
Thanks very much.
It's a big piece of work, and I'm not an ICT expert, but you know, that's probably an advantage, because if I can use it, anybody can.
No, thanks very much. That's tremendous. Ian, did you want to come in again just for one final comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a question to Andy, actually, obviously. In terms of the corporate risk register, the statutory compliance has been downgraded over the last year, so it doesn't sit as part of the statutory as a strategic risk register. Does that reflect the fact that there's been improvements, and so that's why it's been taken off the register?
It has. Oh, sorry, Ian. Sorry.
Register somewhere.
Without looking at the risk register at the moment, it's been downgraded because the improvements are being made. Yeah, it was bad, as you know. Well, you know probably better than any of us, really, because you did the audit. I wouldn't say it's been downgraded. I think a better word to say it reflects the fact that we're getting on top of the risk. Yeah, and it is in housing. It is considered there. We have a monthly compliance board that the director chairs, Nina, that we meet monthly to go through all the compliance issues. You know, this is not treated lightly. You know, this is taken very seriously indeed. They're minuted meetings. I say the director is there, and indeed, you know, the senior director Nigel Bryn does sometimes also attend. So, you know, this is not treated like those are minuted and can be shared, those minutes.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Andy and Ian, for that. It sounds to me, you know, it takes a lot of assurance from what you said, Andy. It sounds like you're getting a grip of quite a naughty area, albeit there's a considerable amount of work remains to be done. But thank you very much for coming today and for the work that you and your team do. If there are no further questions, I'll move us on to corporate safeguarding activity report, which agenda item 15, and I believe Councillor Richard Church and Lynette Lovell are with us to help us through that item. So Lynette, are you going to introduce the paper briefly?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Chair. So Nina Davis, the chair of the Corporate Safeguarding Board, extends her apologies for not being able to attend this afternoon, and she has asked me to give a brief overview of this report on her behalf. As requested by the Governance and Audit Committee, the Corporate Safeguarding Board will provide an activity report. The report in front of you for information today is a high-level summary of the meeting held on the 16th of March 2023. It's probably worth noting that the Safeguarding Board has met again on the 8th of June. The notes of that meeting are currently being finalised, therefore the information within this report may be slightly out of date. The report from the 8th of June will be brought to your next committee meeting. This report has been discussed at the Cabinet on the 23rd of May and at the Health and Care Scrutiny Committee on the 2nd of June. Comments from those meetings and any that you as a committee make today will be fed back to the next Corporate Safeguarding Board as part of a standing item agenda. One of the key items of business for the board is to oversee and monitor progress against the action plan and recommendations. These actions have now been built into the regulatory tracker and will be picked up as part of the quarterly performance meetings. Good progress was noted against agreed actions. At the time of the March meeting, the board were informed that work was ongoing by services to complete a safeguarding audit as part of their annual self-assessment work. This has now been completed, and the findings will be reported in more detail at a future board meeting. The board had discussions around a new 4-tiered approach to contract management framework that is being developed. Work around child performance and child employment was also discussed. Young people's housing, elective home education, adult and children's social care safeguarding performance and mandatory training. The board noted the improved compliance with mandatory training, moving from 44.3 in July 2022 to 81.1% by the time of the March meeting. VOWDA SV compliance was noted as being at 82.1%. Future items of discussions were agreed. So planning for the National Safeguarding Week in November, safeguarding themes of the month, annual private fostering report, service safeguarding audits, contract management update, child performance licenses, and child employment permit update. A leaflet developed in collaboration with the tenant scrutiny panel on reporting damp and mould in PCC housing stock was also shared with the board, along with a young people's safeguarding animation. And can I really recommend that you take a few minutes to watch that animation? It's been developed by young people and it's a very good watch, and it's clear and simple with the do's and don'ts. So Chair, that's it from me. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions. If I or Councillor Church and Sharon Powell's in here as well, Head of Children's Services, are able to answer any questions today, we will. Otherwise, Nina, the Director of Social Service, has agreed that she will follow up in writing to you as soon as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Lynette, much appreciated, and thank you both for attending. And thanks very much for the really helpful paper. I'll open the floor to committee members for any questions or points of clarification. But Lynette, it doesn't seem as though there are very many questions coming forth.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
I think that pays tribute to the really clear and concise and helpful nature of the paper that we've received. So thank you very much to both yourself and to Councillor Church for attending and for sharing that work with us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. We can move on, therefore, in the agenda. When correct me that I haven't missed anything. No, to deep dives.
Deep dives, yes.
We are at the point of our deep dive item. And we've included with the papers for this agenda item the terms of reference that we agreed, or that were the product of our discussion group a few weeks ago, where we thought it would be helpful if we actually set out for colleagues coming to have deep dives with us exactly what was expected of them and what our objectives for the deep dives were. So that's being routinely provided to people who we asked to come and work with us, and we've got it in our packs as a reminder to us as to what we're doing with the deep dives. I'm going to move it. We're looking at demand in children's services, and I think when we seem to have quite a team joining us, is everyone online? No, are they all joining online? So we've got Sharon Powell, Jen Jeffries, Lynette, who we've already just been talking to, Nina Davis, Councillor Sandra Davis, Councillor Shan Cox, Joe Harrison, Karen Sharp. I was just really checking if anyone was coming into the room or if everyone was online.
They're online, Chair. I can see Councillor Sandra's on.
Right, that's fine.
Sharon's on. Annette was on. Can't see Joe at the moment.
Right. Okay.
I'm here, Wim.
Ah, you
Yeah,
are. Excellent. Well done.
Okay, right, fine. Okay, well, we can move to that item. We've got in the packs the extract of the risk register that we're examining. So can I suggest that one of the team just talks us briefly through the nature of the risk as you see it, and why it's sort of important, an important risk, strategic risk to the authority, and obviously because of the importance of the risk, as an audit committee, we want to examine your response to the risk in further detail. Appreciating that some of the information and some of the discussion that we might have in the risk deep dive may enter into a confidential space, particularly in a subject like children's services. We will also, under item 20, consider passing a resolution to hold the session in private and exclude the public from the session if we feel we need to, because of the confidential nature. When would you like to advise as to when we move to do that?
I'll be led by officers, so if you know you've got the background information, if we need to go then now, Sharon or Lynette, if you could just advise us now, we'll get the committee to pass a resolution, we'll close the meeting down for the public.
Thanks, Wyn. I think that the content on the slides that we'll present to you first, if we may, Chair, is fine to be in the public domain. If the conversation goes into more individual or more specific, then it would be at that point, I feel. But I'll just check with the head of Children's Services. I think everything on the slides is okay for the public domain, isn't it, Sharon?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would suggest that our slides are kind of quite high level and information that would already be known in the public domain in various sources. But as Lynette said, if there were more pertinent questions to kind of get underneath some of that data, then that might lead to a more confidential conversation.
Thanks very much. I mean, thank you very much, Councillor Sandra and Sharon. I mean, it is the committee's preference that its business is conducted in public because we are a publicly accountable organisation, but we also need to recognise that there are matters of sensitivity and potential confidentiality that we don't want to breach. So we always have this resolution to hand should we require it, but we'll be guided by you as to any point in the discussions where you feel that we should be moving into confidential session. And having said that, Sandra and Sharon, I'll pass over to you to introduce the presentation. The way we'll format this is if you introduce your presentation, and then we'll have an open question and answer session. And I'm just looking at the time and when we should be hoping to finish by.
Up to you, Chair.
So maybe half an hour anyway, yeah, and we'll see how we go. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks very much. If you could lead us through your presentation.
Okay, so good afternoon, Chair. I'm Sharon Powell, I'm the Head of Children's Services, and we've pulled together a presentation to you today. This presentation is around children's services. So whilst the overarching risk that was associated to the corporate risk register stranded both adults and children's, today's presentation to you is purely around children's services. And this kind of takes you back really to about 12 months or so ago when matters within children's services were quite challenging. There were lots of kind of capacity issues around the ability to deal with the demand in terms of children's services coming through post-pandemic. There were a number of complicating factors around recruitment and retention at that particular time where we were struggling to recruit social workers into the workforce. And we were also kind of finding that the demand within children's services was increasing. So you will see that here on this particular slide, it kind of just demonstrates really that kind of increase of contacts to the front door. And we've kind of given some context to it going back to April 19, and then kind of given that yearly kind of overview really in terms of that slide on the left-hand side, in terms of those increased contacts sort of post the pandemic and how much actually that had increased at the front door. And then on the other side in the green boxes, it kind of talks about the increase in demand around referrals coming through the front door into assessments. So those contacts to the front door sometimes are around information, advice, assistance to the general public that will contact us. And the other part to that is where the criteria meets for a referral into children's services, where a family might need support needs, there might be child protection concerns. Those referrals translate then into assessments. So you'll see that the green slides indicate that kind of upward trajectory of how those contacts coming in then
Sharon, we've lost you.
I think we might have lost Sharon. Shall I pick up?
as well as social workers, and also, can you hear me?
You're back, Sharon, yeah.
Oh, sorry, apologies. So what I was going on to say was those contacts to the front door get undertaken by a team of contact workers and social workers with a team manager that wraps around that. And again, in terms of the referrals coming into the assessment team, again, that work is undertaken by social workers. It's a statutory part of our service, and it's really important that we're able to kind of deliver that need for that service to that family in a timely and consistent way that actually is able to best support them. So if we go on, Joe. So in terms of another kind of key factor of children's services, so children's services spans a multitude of different elements to its service, from the front door through into the assessment team, into the child protection teams, we've got youth justice services, we've got intervention and prevention services. And one of our key areas is our children looked after. Well, we all have corporate responsibility for our children who are looked after, where the local authority shares parental responsibility with parents for their children's care. And more often than not, those children are either living in connected persons accommodation, so that could be a family member, that could be a grandparent, it could be a family friend in some circumstances, and where we can't or aren't able to keep children safely within a family network, we then have to look after children and look after them within our foster care placements. That could be residential care, that could be supported lodging hosts, and more often than not, it is foster care. So this slide really kind of reflects really that those trajectories over the years in terms of our looked after population. And you will see that actually some of those graphs indicate that our child looked after population is kind of stabilized a little bit in terms of where we're at right now. And every part of the grain of a childcare plan within this area is a statutory requirement. So it requires a social worker, it requires statutory visits, it requires a care plan, it requires an independent reviewing officer to review that care plan. So each component of it is a statutory requirement to make sure that we are actually the best parents that we can possibly be for the children that we look after. And it's also about our care leavers. So we have children and young people that when they reach 18, they might actually remain in a foster care placement, they might continue within education, they might actually go into employment, or they might want to live independently. So we still have a responsibility to maintain, ensure that those plans for those care leavers are as good as they possibly can be, and then we're meeting their outcomes. Another factor in terms of children's services is around our most vulnerable children, who are children on the child protection register. So this is where children have reached that. Sorry. Is everything all right, Chair?
Yes, it sounded like it was coming from outside somewhere.
Okay.
Coming from one of the rooms, one of the virtual rooms, not coming from anywhere.
No.
Shall I continue in or wait a minute?
Yes, carry on.
Okay, thank you. So another factor for children's services is the children on our child protection register. So these are our most vulnerable children in society across Powys, where we've already determined that there's a risk of what we call significant harm that that child has experienced, and where that risk is so great, their name gets placed onto the child protection register. And then there's a robust plan that is a multi-agency plan that works with that family to try and work towards reducing that risk. So you will see here on the graph that those numbers have fluctuated. We have been lower at times, and we have been much higher at other times. So you will see that the trajectory from last year actually was increasing in 2022, and we actually reached a peak last summer. And that again comes with increased in demand in terms of the services, our ability to respond to that demand, and our capacity to make sure that we're fulfilling our statutory duties at that time. So that all competes really and compounded really the risk in terms of recruitment retention, and the reason why this was placed on the statutory risk register. So you will see though, through last summer, we kind of worked really hard in terms of reducing those children on the child protection register. And now this year, we're in a much better platform through lots of intervention, lots of work that continue to happen. That trajectory is on a downward trajectory, and that's absolutely appropriate in terms of the work that we're doing to try and reduce those risks. Going back to kind of our children who are looked after, a key factor that we monitor and measure is the amount of times a young person and a child has to move from one placement to another. Unfortunately, sometimes children do have to move, sometimes situations break down for whatever reason, and we then have a duty to ensure that that child receives the best possible placement in terms of where they go to live next. So we monitor that because it's really important that we don't want our children and young people to have multiple moves. And you'll see from the graph that that trajectory really spiked in 2022 when we were up to 20% of our children moving multiple times, to actually now coming down around 14%, which is much, much more consistent with the national average. What we're looking for is to be kind of well under that kind of 12% mark, and where children and young people are not having to move multiple times. Again, that comes with increased demand in terms of the service, because you therefore then have to invest time and energy in sourcing alternative placements for children. We have then duties to kind of ensure that those children move safely. It's all the conversations we have with parents and connected people. So that just adds to the capacity and the demand in terms of the service provision. So it's really pleasing now then when you look at that graph, the situation now this month or the last couple of months has really improved, and we're striving to improve on that. And a lot of the work that we're doing around that is, no doubt you will have already seen across the council, how we're trying to recruit more foster carers, we're trying to recruit more supported lodgings hosts, we are building our residential provision so that we can actually don't have to kind of make those difficult decisions where children have to move multiple times, where they might have to move out of Powys, where they might have to move out of Wales. So this all fits around our strategy, around our closer to home strategy. It's about keeping children safer, connected, and strongly connected to their communities and their families. In terms of the graph on the right-hand side, this is around our unaccompanied asylum-seeking young people. So you will be no doubt aware through the constraints around Kent local authority, where lots of young people are actually travelling across the Channel, often in really difficult and tragic circumstances, and they arrive in the UK. So there's a referral mechanism called the National Referral Mechanism, which is laid out and set out by UK government. And what that determines is the amount of percentage of young people that each local authority across the United Kingdom needs to care for as a result of that increased demand of young people coming in to Kent local authority and arriving in the UK. So our percentage in Powys on our numbers that we are likely to get for this coming year have risen from, we didn't have any, and actually that number has started to rise. We've currently got 13. We've had a new referral this week actually, so our numbers will be going up to 14. And the trajectory of our number count right now is up to 20, but there is also a strong indication that that is likely to grow. There are more crossings that are known of in the summer months due to the weather being actually better than traveling during the winter. And we know that there's an increase in demand of young people coming through to the assessment centres based in Kent. So I anticipate in Powys that these numbers are likely to rise, and that then does have an impact in terms of capacity and demand in order to meet the individual needs of those particular young people. So this is an area around recruitment and retention in terms of we can't do the jobs we need to do if we don't have social workers in place, in position to be able to deliver that all the services, whether they're statutory or whether they're statutory part of early help in terms of the whole service. So you will see that we have a heavy reliance on agency workers in children's services, and you'll see from the graphs that at some points in April 21 to April 22, those figures were well above the 50 agency social workers in the service at that particular time. In terms of looking at this in terms of more a positive, if you look at the kind of sort of slightly orangey line, which is the bottom one, which is from April 2022 to April 23, you will see that kind of peaked a little bit in the autumn and sort of steadily grew, and we're sitting around about now under 30 agency workers in the service. Our aim is always to try and reduce this safely. It's always about trying to recruit and retain staff and trying to build a whole focus around well-being within the workforce. And it's really important that our workforce, which is our greatest resource, is kind of cared for, looked after, where well-being is really promoted as part of their working life experience. And on the graph on the right-hand side, you will see around our leaver rates. So they have kind of gone up a little bit, but actually what we've seen in the last quarter of the last financial year and into this year, it actually has slowed right down, and we're actually now at a place where the curve of that trajectory is shifting from more workers actually applying to become permanent workers within the workforce, both internally and externally. And I think the next slide is probably around our grow our own, Joe. Oh, it doesn't come back to, is there one on grow our own, but it's further on? Okay, so we'll come to the grow our own because it kind of ties with that really. So a big part of us trying to mitigate against the risk around having an increase in agency social workers is really developing our Grow Our Own project. So this is where we have invested a lot of time, energy, commitment, money into developing staff across children's services and other service areas who want to embark on the degree programme for social worker. This is kind of really how we're actually going to get out of the challenges of having so many agency workers in the service. So you will see from the numbers, it's around how many are going into adult services, how many have gone on the sponsorship in children's services, and those kind of numbers have increased. And you'll see from the green slides on the right-hand side, actually those trajectories of how that translates into workers actually undertaking the degree programme, which takes around about 3 years if you're following particular routes. And then that translates then into how many workers that actually comes into as a qualified social worker. So we're really pleased that this year we have just recruited 10 newly qualified social workers. And if you just look at it from a sort of very raw numbers perspective, when you've got 30 agency workers and we've recruited 10 newly qualified social workers, that's excellent news in terms of developing that. It is around kind of thinking about the support that newly qualified social workers win. So it can't automatically mean that you lose 10 agency workers, but what it does mean is that you're on the right trajectory when you can start reducing that number of agency workers, build your Grow Our Own program, support and invest in the workforce in terms of becoming successful social workers. And we've also looked at support, how we can support newly qualified social workers more effectively into the service, and that will help us reduce that expenditure and having the over-reliance on agency workers on the other side. So I think if you could take me back to the risk, Joe. Okay, so the impact of all of this, you kind of probably wondering, well, what does that actually all mean? And basically it means if we have a continued demand and growth rate of demand as we are, how are we actually going to meet the capacity to be able to deal with that demand? And when there are pinch points in the service, which there were last year, we had to bring in 2 different managed social work teams last year because there were not enough social workers within the service to meet that demand. And what that basically means is that we had to prioritize what were the absolute things we absolutely have to do, what are those things that actually we consider to be a medium priority, and what are those things that we would consider to be a low priority. So when you find yourselves in a position whereby you don't have the capacity to meet the demand, we had to exercise a prioritization framework. And basically that was then looking at all those things that are high priority, we absolutely have to do. That's what we focus on. Those medium things or things we can consider, do we just put that on hold for a moment? Do we just focus on the high priority? And what are those low priority areas that we can maybe just press the pause button on while we kind of reflect on actually how can we best meet all the demands of everything at one place? So this just gives you an idea of some of those things that we would consider as part of that impact of a risk and a prioritization framework in terms of how we would cope with that increase in demand and what would we do about that. Okay, so in terms of mitigating against some of that risk, because the actual reason the risk was on the register was about recruitment, it was about retention, it was about meeting an increased demand and the capacity to meet that demand. We've also been creative in terms of what we've done, and actually we have looked at social work positions in terms of converting them into wellbeing worker posts. We, like I said earlier, we've had 2 managed teams, and I was really pleased to say to you today that actually we don't have those managed teams now in Powys. Through all the good work that we did particularly over the autumn of last year, we actually exited 1 managed team back in the summer of last year, and the other team exited, I think it was just at the end of November, beginning of December in terms of last year. So we now no longer have those managed teams. What we were able to do was utilize some of those agency workers who we considered to be of a qualitative approach. We brought them into the service, just a handful of them, to help us while we navigate the next steps in growing our own social workers and looking at where those pinch points were in the service where we absolutely needed to have agency workers to help us with the particular demands of those particular teams. We also look creatively at the whole workforce and looking at how we could mobilize other staff in terms of undertaking some of those key priority tasks which were in the red box, and they would be around a Section 47 investigation. We pull together a rota of staff being able to do this. So a Section 47 investigation is when you get a referral through the front door. It basically says that child is at risk of significant harm. We have to respond within 24 hours, be out there working with that child and that family, hearing their story and assessing whether they are at risk of significant harm or not. So it's a really important function for us in terms of our statutory regulations. We've also moved to matrix with our agency workers, and you no doubt may have heard about harmonisation of agency fees and restricting of movements of agency workers across Wales. I really welcome this approach from Welsh Government. They've kind of looked at this in conjunction with ADSS Cymru, so that's the group where all the directors and heads of children's and adult services sit. And basically they have come up with a pledge across all local authorities to agree to try and prevent this ongoing situation where agencies are basically putting their fees up, they're asking for higher rates for their staff, and then staff are moving from one authority to another authority, trying to get the better and higher rates. For us, we've kind of absolutely drawn our line in the sand on that. We are not putting up our agency rates. We've accepted our position where we're at, and we are working really hard with our grow our own strategy and all the other creative things that we're thinking about to hold our position really firm because we recognise that's not a good financial position to be in, but equally it's not good for children and young people and their families when they want consistency and stability from the same worker actually visiting them to help them whatever situation they find themselves in. We've also looking at our market supplement. So that market supplement is an additional fee that some social workers do get for working in particular teams across Powys. So we're kind of reviewing that at the moment to see whether or not there has been any benefit in the market supplement. What are the pros and cons for that? And there's also some national work happening with Social Care Wales looking at and reviewing kind of terms and conditions for social workers, but also and including that market supplement. We've been really successful in developing different sorts of recruitment style campaigns across the last 6 months in particular, and really successfully held a recruitment campaign for our Safer Accommodation residential home in the north of Powys. And I think we've virtually filled all the positions in that home, apart from maybe 1 or 2. And that was due to some really creative thinking and work that Danielle and Joe's team undertook. And we did a leaflet drop, and we just changed the way in which we did things to see if that would attract more people actually coming into the service or not. And in actual fact, it did. So it was a really successful way of marketing ourselves, having drop-in centres in various places, and telling our story and selling our story in a much more positive light, which certainly has attracted a lot more interest. And actually that's translated into permanent positions. There's a permanent head of children's services, which is myself. So I'm really pleased to and fortunate and feel very privileged to lead the service at this particular time. And we have a permanent senior leadership team by appointing into our last position this week. So that's also a really good news story. And I guess over the last 6 months or so, you know, we've invested a lot of time and energy into just reflecting and thinking about what are those complicating factors that we're finding ourselves having to deal with around the demand coming in. Yes, we're aware of the capacity complications. How can we best kind of look at all of that to collectively as a group to make us more stronger? And certainly today we are in a much better position. We have got more permanent social workers coming into place. We're actually having more external applications for permanent social worker positions, and that's happened over the last month or so. And coupled with our Grow Our Own programme, where we've had 10 newly qualified socials, some of those are external candidates as well, have come into Powys. That puts us on a really good trajectory in terms of improving our position on the heavily reliance on agency workers. But most importantly, it gives us a really strong platform to really focus on children and young people and their families to deliver much better outcomes in terms of having that consistency of social workers being able to deliver those practices. And I think that concludes the presentation, Joe. So Joe really helpfully, kindly helped me put this together. So I don't know if Joe wanted to just come in on maybe anything additional to what I've said.
No, I don't think so. I think you covered it. I think the only thing I would add is that the unaccompanied asylum seeking children numbers, which are at now 14, are inclusive of our looked after children data. So had we not had those mandatory referrals, our looked after data, our looked after children population would be even less. And the only other thing I would add is that, you know, the demand, you know, we're managing the demand, and the way in which we can evidence that is through our performance. And if you look at last month's performance, it was exceptionally good. And I think that demonstrates that we've got the capacity and the resource to be able to meet the demand that's coming through the service.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Lynette, did you want to add anything?
I too think everything has been covered, Sharon and Chair and Joe. Just to say, you know, in terms of the work that has been done, particularly in the last 6 months since September, since Sharon took up her role as head of service, and as she mentioned earlier, the fact that we have a permanent senior leadership team, a strong senior leadership team in children's services. You know, all of our performance indicators are showing currently improvement within the service to a point where probably this last month's performance was the best it's been for a number of years. So I think we're in a strong position. You've seen from the slides today, the situation that we had in terms of demand has already been explained, the retention, the recruitment. We have strategies in place that are beginning to bear fruit. So we thank you really for this opportunity today, for this deep dive, for us to be able to demonstrate some of the mitigation actions that have been put in place and are actually bearing fruit. You know, there's still a recruitment and retention that, you know, we still have challenges out there, and we have weekly challenges around various aspects, and the team work extremely hard to ensure, many times staying up very late at night to ensure our children are safe. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you very much. All thank you. I think the thing that really struck me from that presentation was the work, the effort, and the innovation and determination in the workforce space to really, you know, I think in an earlier item in this meeting, I used the expression team powers, but it just sounds to me as though you're trying to grow your own team, develop your own team, and that just felt a really strong theme throughout the presentation. So thank you very much for that. I've got some more detailed points that I can ask, but I'm going to open it up. First of all, Councillor Graham, who's online, wants to come in, and then I'll take other questions. Councillor William after Councillor Graham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate Sharon on her appointment. I think it's the first meeting that I've been involved with her, and also to congratulate her on her team on an excellent presentation that we've just received. I think I can say I've been a councillor on Powys County Council for over 6 years now. Children's services has been a perennial problem for us. I've sat through endless presentations, depressing presentations that we've had to endure on the situation with children's services, the shortage of staff, and you know, the problems that's brought upon the council in the past. But I have to say, you know, this is the most positive presentation that I've had the pleasure to sit through, and I'm really impressed by what I've heard, and I'm sure the rest of the committee will be too. It's an extremely detailed presentation and very well presented to us, and it gives me great confidence that things are moving in the right direction. But obviously, as Lynette just says, you know, the same problems arise with staff every year, and it's an issue that we'll never get away from, probably. So I've just a couple of questions really on. I've been a huge fan of the Grow Your Own scheme from day one. Just a little bit more perhaps on what our future plans are, on how we're going to improve that, and how we can increase the numbers that we hope to get on board in that way. And secondly, perhaps a little insight into how we are doing cost-wise, how we are fitting in within the budget and the costs that we have on this department, which, as we all know, over many years now has been a huge cost implication to this authority. And if you could perhaps shed a bit of light on that for us, perhaps.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Breeze. I really appreciate you congratulating me on my appointment. So thank you very much for taking the time to say that. In terms of our Grow Our Own, I mean, we showed the trajectory of where we've come from and where we're going to. And if you think about it, I guess, from a numbers perspective, we don't want to be in a position where if we replaced all our current agency workers, we would basically be near enough full in terms of our vacancies not being there. So we need to kind of manage it carefully, because we don't want to be in a position we can't offer our newly qualified any positions in children's services. So that's one element. But we're actually looking at, so the numbers reflect actually a realistic growth in terms of what we're able to predict. But we've also within the Grow Room looked at different schemes as well. So we've gone into a partnership arrangement with Cardiff University, looking at master's courses. So that's where people already have a degree and they may then want to convert that into a social work degree. So that doesn't take nearly as long as the 3 years. It's around about just under 2 years that takes them. And we took on 2 students last year with that and been really successful. They're staying in Powys, and actually we're taking on another 2 this year. So whilst the numbers might seem lower, what we kind of almost need to think about now is, whilst we're developing, say, 20 to 30 newly qualified social workers coming through, looking at their individual trajectories on our current workforce in terms of progression for them. So we are looking at a progression framework whereby we don't want to get in a position exactly where we would have so many qualified social workers after 3 years and then they're all looking for more senior positions, and we might not have that. So we're kind of being creative as we go along in terms of looking at sort of progression framework as well, where people can develop and build their skills in a variety of ways, as well as our workforce that don't want to embark on the social work degree, which are really skilled people, and we absolutely need them in the service as well. So the numbers are kind of projected against what our vacancy rates are, what we think we can realistically achieve, because you've also got to think about all these students come in to do placements within the service, and then we have to navigate and manage that and give them the best learning experience possible. So the numbers, I feel, are kind of realistic in terms of what we can manage and how we can further develop those practitioners. In terms of the budget, you'll probably be very pleased to hear that April and May, we have only slightly overspent on our budget. And I think it's kind of coming in at just over about 50,000 at the moment in terms of the end of May, which I'm not actually worried about, because I know that we can actually save that money as we go forwards in different ways. And I think that's probably the first time for a very long time we've actually achieved that. Obviously, I came into post in September, and I was acutely aware that we were up to around 9 million overspent at that particular time. So a lot of the focus on the autumn was kind of reviewing every single penny in terms of what we were spending, where we were spending it, what were the complicating factors that sat behind that. And actually it was a massive team effort across the service, where I really wanted the culture to be that everybody was responsible for every single penny that they were spending. And whilst that might have in some cases frustrated some practitioners when I was asking them, why do they need a cable for their laptop? Surely there must be another cable somewhere that we could borrow, and no, I wasn't going to buy a new one. I think it really instilled that kind of culture, and Joe is a big part of this alongside all the children leadership team, that we just said, right, we just need to stop and we need to absolutely think about absolutely every penny that we're spending. So I hope the reflection in that we managed to claw that back after the autumn to then have a deficit of just over 2 million at the end of March. I don't feel that's acceptable myself as the head of children's services, and we will strive to continue to work within our budget. But it is really, really pleasing that April and May at this point in our time, and you can never say never in children's services, because something could happen that could kind of alter your budget position. But right now it's in a really, really good position, and I'm very grateful for all the work that the accountants do to support us with continuation on that journey.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Lynette, you wanted to come in to supplement?
Yeah, I was just going to come in on the back of that. Thank you, Chair. Just to say that, you know, I'm assured as the director that Sharon and this team of senior managers are really on top of their budgets. From the meetings that I go to, it's really clear from all the senior managers within the service who have a budget line that they're really working on all of that, and that's really clear and gives me the assurance that it really has been kept a close eye on. Councillor Brace. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Thanks. That's good for us to hear that too. Thank you very much. Councillor William, you wanted to come in.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Councillor Graham Breeze has sort of has pitched my best lines, and I'm very pleased he did. I'd just like to thank Sharon and her colleagues for a really broad and positive and empathetic presentation, and to achieve that at this stage on a Friday afternoon is really quite something, and it couldn't be a more important service area. We've discussed such a wide range of topics today, and I'm really pleased that we're ending on, or close to ending on such a positive note. I wanted to ask a couple of very brief questions, again around the Grow Your Own initiative. I believe that the portfolio holder in education is working with Lynette and others to look at the variation on this theme across the wider education space. There was reference in the presentation to the Open University, and then Sharon referred to a partnership over masters qualifications at Cardiff. Just wanted to check what level of obligation we can seek from those students that are acquiring sort of bursarial support, because that it's always quite useful to know the kind of longevity of the commitment. But as Sharon referenced, we're also, I'm sure, we need to develop that career pathway for social work professionals, and that's important. But my sense also is that probably adjacent authorities, both sides of the border, wouldn't object to us becoming a real sort of engine of excellence in this field. But it'd be really useful just to have a little bit more of an understanding as to what commitment it's like an innovative spend to save model in a way, and it couldn't be in a better direction. I'd like to understand that a bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. I'm not sure if I've frozen. Have I frozen?
No, I think you're okay. No, you have frozen. Giles frozen.
Shall I come in and answer the question then, or attempt to? Chair.
I think I'm back now. I think I keep freezing. So apologies. Thank you, Councillor Powell. I think, yeah, there's a number of things that we are just keen to continue to explore, really. We do have a partnership with the Open University, and that's been a long-standing relationship. But the Open University are also looking at developing a master's programme as well as part of their programme. So we're keen to kind of look at that as an option as well. It was a new partnership with Cardiff University, and that's been proven to be quite successful. We're aware that Aberystwyth University is starting a degree programme over there too. So we are looking at that as well in terms of offering placements to Aberystwyth University students in Powys. And we've got to continue to be flexible about all of that and kind of look at what the demand is and how can we best kind of support different types of learning in different types of locations and what's going to be best for our workforce here. In terms of the commitment, we're asking that social workers are committed to Powys for at least 3 years as a result of us kind of supporting them with their qualification journey. Most of the people that kind of embarked on the Grow Our Own programme are people that already live in Powys. They've already worked here for a number of years and they want to invest their time and energy here. So I don't think that's necessarily going to become a big problem for us, but it is something that we need to consider as part of an ongoing development framework for those practitioners. So hence why I kind of mentioned that a little bit earlier. And there was one other bit to your question, which I think I've just forgotten. Was there another bit? Sorry.
You've covered everything that
Oh, it was about the wider workforce. So, so the wider workforce within the council. So we have actually recently got two people from education services who have come forward and they want to kind of embark on their social work career. So we have put that kind of offer out wider within all council areas, and there has been some particular interest, particularly from education services, and it's really helpful to have Lynette sitting over children's and adults because we're able to then kind of navigate that process really easily. So those practitioners are going to embark on their social work degree, and I think that's really important to be able to, you know, have those development opportunities in whatever service area that people can move around a little bit and remain in Powys, you know, having done so.
I'm grateful for that response. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor William, for the questions. Any more questions? I've got a couple of questions. Okay, I'll go with mine. it was really about demand, and you showed us graphs about the levels of demand, but what I was wondering was about the underlying complexity of the cases. And so have you, as well as numbers, is the underlying complexity of each case increasing? Therefore, in terms of the whole demand on the service, it's not just about numbers, it's also about individual case complexity. And I just wondered what that picture was like.
Thank you, Chair. I would say yes. I think since the pandemic, I think more and more families have found the impact of that now much more difficult to manage for their children. So whether that's accessing other provision that they might be finding difficult, whether that's children finding it difficult to transition back into school face to face, or whether it's just competing demands around a multitude of things really, in terms of cost of living crisis, the impact of poverty in certain areas in Powys. And I think all of that becomes much more heightened as a result of all those competing matters. So I think, yes, I think people have struggled post-pandemic. I think people have struggled with their own well-being, their own mental health. And certainly we've seen the complexity in maybe that compounding nature of all of that in one sort of area, if you want to describe it like that, all those competing demands and the impact of that on the family then therefore becomes more complex. So I think it's just a combination of all of that really. I think what we try to do is intervene at the earliest opportunity in the best way possible, and we recognise there are early help hubs. We need to develop more of that across Powys to do more of that preventative work. So if families can access things easier and earlier, that will help in terms of those things manifesting themselves into becoming much more complex at key points, and therefore not dealing with crisis at particular times, but actually trying to kind of support families at an earlier opportunity. So yes, I would say complexity is a big factor in that, because when people kind of reach us, they're then in crisis. So it's really about trying to
go on again. George, it's George, you're on.
I've never as soon as I start speaking, Sharon will come back, no doubt. I think Sharon had pretty much answered it. I think the bottom line is the complexity has increased as well as the numbers, absolutely.
Yeah. That so your answer kind of prompted me on a further thought that I had, was a potential relationship between, I think it might actually be in the very first graphs, the referral graphs.
Mm-hmm.
The one was about the assessment team referrals and one was about the front door referrals.
Mm-hmm.
And so in an ideal world, and I know our world is far from ideal, notwithstanding the significant improvements that you seem to be designing and delivering, if you had that lovely world where you could intervene at the earliest stage, would that, am I right in understanding that would drive your front down referral, that would drive down your front door referrals?
Yeah.
And your assessment team referrals might be in a steady state, or they might be what they are, but your front doors are your emergencies. So in a sense that there is some kind of relationship between those two referral graphs, potentially.
Yeah, that's right. So the front door deals with information, advice and assistance. So somebody might be ringing up asking, where's the most local nursery? They might have just moved into Powys, or they might want to know what services are available in their area. So I think that it is an area that SWAP actually have been helping us with in looking at our front door to see if we could become a little bit more digitally smart in some ways, in terms of getting information out to people in a different way. I think there's definitely an element of that. A lot of the information comes through then for advice and assistance. So that, again, that could be signposting, or it could be a conversation that can be easily resolved in that phone call. And then what we're trying to do is try and deal with it as much as we can there to prevent it then coming through as a referral in terms of the assessment team. So you're right, it does correlate, and if we strengthen one part, you should see maybe not a massive reduction, but you would see a reduction in the other part.
So thanks very much. Thank you. Any further questions? No, I think it remains for me to say thank you. It was I think really echoing Councillor Graham's remarks. Oh, Councillor Sandra wants to comment, but I'll just finish what I was going to say. You know, echoing Councillor Graham's remarks, it was a really, really uplifting and positive and welcoming presentation to end our meeting with. So thank you very, very much. But I'll give the last word to Councillor Sandra Davis.
Diolch yn fawr, Cadeirydd. Prynawn da, pawb. Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, all. I just wanted to say a big thank you to you for going and doing a deep dive into this service. I was a little nervous in the beginning, not having experienced this before, but it has been very positive, and it's good that we've got our critical friends here to highlight any issues that we might miss. Having that safety net there for all the children is very, very important, and I would rather see more children coming into the service rather than miss a child, because we cannot afford that. And I know that the staff work diligently as a team, and it is very much a team. I have the proud pleasure and privilege of having met many of them, most of them virtually, but a lot of them face to face. And the enthusiasm and the energy that they put into the service is second to none. And I can assure you that there are many evenings when they are on the phones and going about their business, rather than leave a child in an unsafe position. And I just wanted to say thank you very much indeed. There's a huge array of services that are going on. There's a plethora of legal obligations that they have to commit to, and they cannot make a mistake. And they're all aware of those mistakes that could be made, and they try their best to make sure that that knot is tightened so that no child falls through. So diolch yn fawr chi gyd. Diolch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sandra, and I think that's a really, really good note to finish the meeting on. So thank you very much, everyone, for your attendance and for your efforts today, and for all the preparation that was in beforehand, because good meetings are only the product of a lot of preparation. So thank you very much, everyone. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, sorry, I've just been reminded that we need to do a bit of reflecting. How did we do today?
Yeah, should we stop the meeting?
Yes.